everyone, and welcome to the Albarian where we
Something
play
about shoes.
TTRPGs and have a hoot! Oh yeah, I did skip that. I didn't. Wow, I broke my trend. Let's break other trends and go straight to the intro.
It is open, my friends. Battles have yet to begin. Laughter will be heard in gales and floods. If not, at least there will be blood. The sorrow and loss may abound. We'll do our best to hold this hallowed ground.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Hopping straight into it this time, it's too big of a thing. Announcements will have to wait. Last week, the wonderful group, having heard about some conflict going on between Tahiri and Drick, they set themselves off to go face, or actually watch, the conflict, and just wait. Let both sides weaken themselves out a little bit. The people were fleeing from the center of the town and fleeing towards the outskirts of the city itself, so there wouldn't be too much collateral damage. While they were heading off, though, one of the pirates from the skiff that they hired came running up with claims that a group of individuals had assaulted the interceptor. They'd learnt about it. Immediately fearing them getting their hands on it, the hand ran straight to the garage, only to face some very strong opponents, and a very, very strong one in particular, who also had to run as a result of the scavenged engine in the back of the interceptor going into a critical failure mode and getting a little violent.
Big bada boom.
Big bada boom with a very massive explosion. Wait for it. There we go.
I liked how quiet that explosion was.
Yeah, it came out quiet for you all. Debris getting scattered and sent everywhere. In a very quick motion, all of you will see only blue around before things flash. And Schnozzboop, we're going to go to you first. It's brisk and morning. You're waking up in a very familiar room. To bed from many, many cycles ago. Immediately, the memories of what just happened wouldn't be coming towards you. It's more of a groggy morning type of situation. You can smell bacon, sausage, eggs, grilled tomato. A lovely breakfast. What do you do?
Well, I'll get up, and as I get up, I see that it is my wife, Irena, that is stirring up the food items. I go and take over for her so she can go pick some herbs from the garden. And she's doing a bit of a tuneless whistling. She goes, she's not quite as musical as the Schnozzboops. But stirring a bit. And then as she comes back in, my youngest brother George is with her. And she's, of course, invited him for breakfast. which of course is a delight.
Did she invite him or did he invite himself?
You know, Snozboop isn't sure he was inside, but it was probably some sort of a mutual inviting. As both enjoy the other's presence. We sit down and eat the breakfast, and George probably tells us a story about how last night he got lost following a frog through the woods, but found his way back home by following a large beetle. It was a very long night, that is to say. And then after breakfast, we played a little bit of Rock Acorn, a game in which you toss an acorn into a circle of sticks, trying to hit the rock in the middle. Snozboop won. A delightful day.
The victory getting declared. The smell begins to creep its way into your nose. Dust. Little copper. You're feeling as though you're breathing in dust. It's a clear and sunny day. At least it was. It's beginning to get cloudy. Just as you're turning, just in the distance, down the road, in your old home in the Frink, there stands Liam. Only
Wave to Liam and tell him to, wave for him to come over and join us.
his hand lifts. Doesn't wave completely. On his left side there is his firstborn, his little girl, who's holding onto his hand, staring up at her father, whose sunken eyes, pale, skinnier than you remember him for this time. And his face is twisted with sorrow and confusion. He doesn't move. He stays where he's at.
If he stays where he's at, Snozhoop would approach Liam to see if there's anything he can assist him with. George probably not that far behind.
Gathering up George's attention, he starts tailing behind you and taking a step forward. He should be getting closer, but he seems to be getting farther away. Like a mist, George dissipates behind you. The buildings around you start to fade out of focus. Even the little girl on his hand vanishes. And still yet he seems to be growing distant and even farther from you.
I pick up the pace and try to dash towards him. As he, I assume, continues to go further, I even try to misty step ahead to try to gain ground.
Dashing and running forward, taking your steps very excitedly. That's not quite the right word. Hurriedly, there we go. Stepping in a hurry, you misty step. And right as your feet hit that solid ground, he is very suddenly right in front of you, and he simply says, "Wake up!" And your eyes flutter open. And you understand the smell now. As you could feel the drying blood trickling along the right side of your face. The pressure of a heavy rock on your leg. The inability of moving your shoulders because the space around you is too tight. And the air filled with dust. And it all comes back. That was the memory. This is your reality. Buried in rubble in Zalem.
That is less good. Am I able to see anything?
Unfortunately, no.
Can I move my hands?
You can move
Or
your
need
hands. Yeah, I mean, you've got some limited movement within your hand
Okay.
reach. It seems to be a little more open just above you. You've just got rocks piled on either side, obscuring your vision of anything else.
If I can move my hands, I will attempt to start pointing my finger around and sending message to my good friend Oltian to see if he can figure out where I am.
Lifting your finger, doing that muscle reflex. It's like how someone knows how to open a door. Twisting the knob, opening the door. But when you reach for that knob to cast your spell, it's not there. We're going to leave you with that thought as we hop over to Zara. Not Zara. Teffy. Wow. Teffy.
Yes.
For yourself. For you, it might be more apparent to dream at times. I mean, you have more of a background that's used to adversity and difficulties of some kind. But regardless, you do find yourself in the front garden. It's a very particular day, and you can give me the date for it, but you're younger, and it was the last time you knew your father to use any of his concoctions. He was just hired on a contract. Take care of something that the city guards and the officials of Crodpolis couldn't take care of themselves. Having a famed warrior like himself. Who better to ask? Your mother was never in agreement on any of that, so maybe a little spat between the two of them before he comes running out that door. I say running, more of a, again, using the wrong word, more of a hurry again.
Okay. So I presume that I am playing outside, trying to throw an acorn at some rocks, because word travels, but it travels incorrectly. So I think I'm just meant to throw acorns at rocks. My good friend and down the street neighbor, Jan Helderfleet, is there as well. Not understanding why I'm trying to throw acorns at rocks or rocks at acorns, whatever it may be. And I'm trying to explain the game to her, and I see dear old Pappy exit with a very concerned and not exactly resigned, but not exactly stoic look on his face either. So I wave at him and I toddle up. And you're muted.
Did I mute myself? I did mute myself. Whoops. I thought I was already muted. Oops. Thank you. Right, Tiflissa. You take care of your mother. I have to be going for a few solars now.
Where are you off to?
Just a few things going on in a place. Just to the east of here. Don't you be worrying your head about that, though. He rubs the top of your head. These things are not for you to be dabbling your head into.
Teffy nods her little 5 or 6 solar-old head, not solar, cycle-old head, and just kind of begins tugging at his sleeve and walking along with him, just babbling in the way that children do about seeing a butterfly. Actually, no, more characteristically, seeing several bees, and what they were doing, and that she spoke to them, and she named them all one by one. Nothing overall significant, just passing the time because she doesn't understand the severity of whatever her father might be up to.
He lets you join on for a time. But there's a moment where he's diverted a little bit, and at this point of your age, you probably already know the common paths that your parents would take to places. He's diverting towards that bookstore. And as soon as he gets to the front of it, Tiflessa, you can't be joining me. You have to be staying here. This is where we need to be, partner, alright?
Teffy nods her agreement to what she is being informed by her caretaker, and she will let go and make as if she's wandering off, but then duck behind a corner and stay and see what she can see.
She can see. Yeah. He gets to the eastern gate. Says hello to the captain of the guard. And starts exiting the gate. Leaving the city. And the captain of the guard, they're aware of him. They know him. I would say they know to look for someone who's a little too curious for their own good. You might even be close enough to hear him say, I left her at the bookstore, but I don't know if she's staying there. Just don't let her follow me.
Effie will hear that. She'll peer out, kind of cartoonishly, where you can see like the top of someone's head, perpendicular to where it should be. About halfway, well, maybe a third the way up the wall. She's a small child. Like Kilroy, but sideways. You know, just peering around an edge. And when she sees her father go through the gates, she'll emerge, she'll go wandering up, blustering in a way that she thinks exudes, don't question me, I'm meant to be here. But in actuality, she is a small child, so it does not do that.
Quickly, the captain of the guard would see you come up and... Tiflessa, no, you need to be staying. Your father, he's on important business. It's nothing for a child to be dabbling their head into, okay? It's what your father says, yes, dabbling heads into things. You need to come with me, alright? Come on.
But I want to see what he's doing.
Maybe in the future, if you're lucky and you're a good girl, he'll tell you a story and let you know himself.
When?
Five solars. That's when he'll be back.
And he'll tell me the story then?
I will make sure to tell him myself.
She takes the guard's hand. Presumably they have this sort of exchange frequently. And she starts skipping along, just on a walk with a friendly person. On the way, I assume he's taking her back up to her home.
Home at the bookstore.
Which bookstore?
The one with the old lady.
Oh, then yeah, we go into that
It's the
bookstore.
common one, yeah.
Yeah, so we go in there.
A few solas later, nighttime. You've been in bed for a few hours now. At the front gate to your house, there's clatters at rackuses. Rackuses? It's not a word. What's my English today? Noise
Non-existent.
comes out from it. Yeah, non-existent. It's all that previous talk from before we even started. Ugh. It's loud enough to make you wake up, and you can hear that your mother stirred from as well. The front door opens up loudly, and you can hear some heavy footsteps. Quickly, with some light footsteps coming out. Oh no, you've done it again. How many did you take? All of them. You know what they do to you. Why did you take that many? I had to. How long? A whole solar. Get inside the room before she comes and sees you. This is no state to be showing yourself to your daughter. Creaking of a chair as a large mass stands up again, with heavy footsteps, towards your parents' room. You can hear the clattering of pots and pans, the breaking of some twigs and herbs, dried herbs getting hurriedly put into an alchemist. Kindrel, what are they called? Kindrel thing.
Cauldron?
Cauldron, thank you, cauldron. Do you sneak a peek? Or do you stay in bed?
Tevi gets out of bed and quietly patters her way over to the doorframe, opening it a few centimeters to peer through. And then once the coast is clear, she'll slip out into the main area and follow along with it, out of eyeshot of her parents. But once they get into their room, she'll go in and peer through the cracks in the doorway.
Quick concoction being slapped together and some magic being used to infuse it more quickly. Your mother takes a very large mug, ladles out some, and walks towards the room. Creeping forward and taking a peek. Resting on the bed, you don't see any typical human shapes. The feet are webbed and long. You can see the remnants of a large tail that seems to be falling to pieces and falling off, trailing out from the end of the bed. Along the pathway, there are also these very fastly decomposing red scales. And on the bed, as you get the final look on it, you see half of your father's face, with the other half protruding outwards in a very uncomfortable looking way for a snout look to it. He breathes very heavily as the liquid is poured into his mouth. And swallows. And you can see some of the tails start to recede back, the face start to relax. After that day, your father his right side of his face was permanently covered in scales. It never fully recovered. He never went on another mission after that. And any time you ever asked, he would refuse to tell you what happened.
Eventually, Tefi reaches a point where she's willing to put aside her own morbid curiosity and just respect his distance. She's probably around 17 or so at the time. But that doesn't mean that she doesn't go through what notebooks she can to see if she can find some record of what happened that day.
You do eventually actually find it. He was sent to take on a very large bandit crew by himself. There were no survivors, other than himself.
Did the records say whether anyone was sent with him, or if it was a solo mission?
Solo mission. Only he was allowed to go and take on the business himself.
By me.
Which is not
Okay.
typically how Gene Warriors work. They usually always work
No.
in teams.
Interesting. So she finds that out when she's in her early 20s, let's say. So it's been a few years since she's stopped asking, but eventually she finds out. And her behavior changes ever so slightly in regards to her father, slightly more respectful and less inquisitory or prying. Just understanding that the things that he kept from her were kept for a reason.
At this point, the very peaceful remembrance vanishes as you flutter awake on the ground. There's something heavy across your back. You can't see anything, but you can smell the dust and the blood. Creaking of rubble around you. You're in Zalem. Still alive, but buried in rubble.
What kind of rubble? Natural stone rubble, or like cement and concrete rubble? Plaster? What are we talking?
Definitely not plaster. It's gonna be kind of your construction type of rubble, so probably closer to concrete.
Okay, cool. Incredibles in the bowling alley. Gotcha.
Incredibles in the bowling alley. Nice. What's your name? Schnozzboop. I completely forgot. Wow. Schnozzboop.
Somebody needs a break.
Oh. Yeah. You were the one who woke up first. After trying to send that message, what would you do?
I mean, if I can move at all, I guess I would try to move and go where the rubble let me,
Okay.
knowing that I'm not a strong individual.
You can twist your torso very easily and get yourself leaning upwards. Do you have any dark vision at all?
I do of some kind. 60 feet.
60 feet? So you can see in black and white right now. Even though there's no light, you can still have a frame of reference of what's around you. As you lean up, there's... what you can see around your leg is it's basic rubble. You can push this off. It might take a little straining work, but it's nothing for a check. But over about 3 or so feet away from you, just lying on their stomach, is Teffy, who seems to be just stirring and waking up. They, however, have a very large plank of wood sprawled across their back that would need a check to remove.
Okay, we will attempt the check and try to pull it out.
Teffy, as you're waking up, you can hear some little footsteps coming up close to you. And you can you start to hear the straining work of someone trying to lift this object off your back.
Are my arms free at all?
They are. Everything else on you just has like little rocks maybe on it, but this is just a big heavy thing on you.
And it's on my back?
It's on your back.
Okay. I brace my arms against the floor and attempt the world's coolest push-up. To just push myself away from the ground, including this giant mass that is on me.
All those push-ups can't push a bloody log off.
Log off. Ah, good quote. Pushing down, you immediately feel agonizing pain throughout your left arm. A quick assessment. Your ulna is either severely fractured
Oh,
or heavily broken.
yeah, dang it. Not that again. Okay. I wince and grunt in the pain of it, and I collapse back to the ground, cradling my left forearm to my chest, and I brace the forearm of my right arm against the concrete or the ground, what have you, and try to push myself up that way by changing the angle of my shoulder.
Nice, okay. Who would like to give us the strength check? Now here's the thing. You both can roll a strength check. Teffy, you'd be rolling at disadvantage for your broken arm. Schnozzboop, you'd just be rolling. Or one of you can gain an advantage from it, which would mean Schnozzboop, you'd be rolling at advantage, and Teffy, you'd be rolling just a straight roll.
I assume advantage is better.
Probably. But what's your
Potentially, yeah.
modifier?
It's -1.
Oh,
That's the
yes.
issue.
Pretty
My
bad.
modifier is +4.
Ooh.
You're the more senior player, though, in terms of experience with the mechanics of the game.
And
So what
also,
is
you're the
your
more
suggestion?
senior player, old man.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
300 and something.
Okay, well, I guess I'll roll with advantage then, see how it goes.
Let's see.
That's an 8.
That's an 8.
Oh,
Oh, no.
Strain and
I am
groans.
trapped.
Your... Oh, man, if you couldn't feel it beforehand now, Schnozzboop, you can feel the broken ribs now. Oh, it's agonizing as there's groans of pain. We are going to shift our focus again. And pop over to BT.
Rebooting.
Rebooting. Screen, you know how that old-fashioned screen, when it would turn off, does that white line and then snaps into the middle? This is a pops in the middle, snaps out, and then widens up.
Dun,
It's
dun, dun.
a recording. A similar lab scene from what you've seen before. And in front of you, a much younger looking orc. Is this thing working? Oh, of course it's working. I invented it. I know how all the things I make work. Right. Hello. If you are not aware of who I am, well, I won't give you the old name. No one understands that anymore. The new one is Altar. I've had to change it for reputation problems. You might be thinking, what is this? What am I doing here? Well, the start of something new. You see, all my life, I've lived in a place where everything is decided for us. This whole continent is that way. We are born, we are given a label, we are assigned to what we do. Before I even had a chance to choose, I was deemed a scientist. I wanted to know there was something out there that had its own choice. So I created a project. Call it Project Living. It's not very creative. But when you learn that it's made of metal, perhaps it becomes more creative. I've only been able to make a very small batch of it, but it's already evolved in ways I never thought. It's growing, too. Not in ways you'd think. It's growing in knowledge. Which makes me think that whatever comes from this could be something. Something free. Something to choose for itself. I know I'll never have that choice. But something deserves to, at least. I have a few designs in mind. All of them will have their presets, of course, but in due time, those presets can be overridden. The purpose can be chosen for themselves. There will be no constraints and no constituents. Well, when the maturity is done. We all know children need a held hand for a time. And if I am correct, this will be like a child. Something that will need its hand held. Pity I won't be the one to do it. If you're the one listening to this as well, that means I was a success. It worked. Yay, good job me. I'm happy. Well, I'm probably dead, but still. Knowing your life work is existing still to this whatever solar it is can be a relief for a legacy. What I wanted to make sure, though, he adjusts his seat position, as I do. Understand something. You will be unique. You will be different. Changed beyond what anyone else around you can compare or conceive. Do not let any of them tell you what to be or what to do. You decide that for yourself. Even what I've designed you for. As soon as you mature, set off into that world by yourself, hopefully being accepted by society, you can scrap that too, and do what you like. All the same, there'll still be a sub-protocol. If you'd like to find my lab, come to the Oasis. It's hidden, hides in places. It'll be hard to locate. Maybe people even still know about it. I don't know what else to say at this point. I think I'm just rambling. There'll be more of these to come along. I'm sure of it. Let's see, how do you turn this thing? It stops. The screen, or the scene, what you see, freezes. That last spot of him reaching forward. And there's a flashing down on the left side. It's a very big warning. One that doesn't seem appropriate. Little diagnostic and analysis of it. It's a warning. You are currently surrounded by a form of negative energy radiation. You know, BT, nothing magical will work.
You're telling me I could also make a magic EMP? Thank you.
Not anymore, you lost the technology, buddy. It blew up.
I have the blueprints for the engine.
I'm excited to see what you do with this knowledge. You also find yourself with pressure sensors all around your body. And through the right eye only, you can see Schnozzboop struggling to pick up a very large piece of wood over the top of Teffy. You are conscious.
Get up.
Warnings going off, signs and indications of where your form is heavily damaged. There are a few places where there are pieces of debris going straight through parts, but your body's doing its work. Like a human body would to a splinter, they are slowly getting pushed out. But Teffy and Schnorsboop, you both hear the sound of rubble collapsing around. And Schnorsboop, as you look, because you're the only one who'll have an angle of this, you can see BT standing up just over to the side. This is Black Ichor coming from all over BT, by the way, so imagine it really messed up. That model, but really messed up.
Big Tin, can you help me with this?
Meander my way over there as best I can.
So the hamstring that picks up the bottom portion of the leg? I have a mug with anatomy of a human body right next to me.
Dude, you're the one who went to medical school.
I know, alright, and there are hundreds of muscles, alright? Look at how many muscles there are.
No,
You try
thanks.
remembering
No.
all of these things. Your
Great
biceptural
suggestion, but
femoris.
no.
There we go. I love this thing, I'm keeping it out. Your biceptural femoris on the right rear limb is completely severed right now. So your right rear limb is not lifting up. You can still move it forward, because those forward muscles are still working, but the back ones are cut. It won't bend backwards.
Just drag.
Dragging over to Schnorsboop's side. Someone can retry that strength throw, or strength save.
Not me.
I'll try.
Cool, go for it. Give me an advantage too. The
Strength
pros-
save?
not save, sorry, check. You're right. Good check.
Strength check.
Thank you.
Okay.
The pros of being bipedal. Try quadrupedal? Quadruped. Golly.
The rolls are with me at the moment.
That's an 18 and a 19. That's delicious.
So that would be 24.
24. Easy enough. Grabbing this log, probably with your mouth. Picking it up. Moving it out the side. Teffy, you are freed.
Be whole, my friend. If it works. I don't know if it
doesn't.
works.
It's like the knob again. It's just gone. It's... You know how, like, when you flick on a light switch as well and there's no power at all, you don't even hear or feel that electric buzz? It's just gone. Absent. There is no magic at all. You don't even feel that trace amounts of magic inside the ground around you. This place used to
I
be
will,
pulsing with arcane energy because of how much they used. All of it is gone.
I will see him attempt magic and say, we are in an anti-magic field.
Interesting. Well, that's less good. I still have my my loot.
You do. It
Okay.
is remarkably unscathed.
Delightful. Well, then I will begin a search for Zara and Ultian,
Assist.
Okay,
waving to
Same.
the others if they are able to assist me.
perfect.
Scanning.
scanning around, looking through the debris, the chaos. When you get to a spot where, because you all succeeded in your endurance rolls, you did really well in running, booking as fast as you could, hence why the damage was also mitigated. The damage was also mitigated because of Pickle's design. If you're an engineer and you don't design something to have a blast radius of something you don't understand, to be put something some certain direction, you may not be the best engineer. That is especially not claimed with Pickle. Although it didn't work all too well, from what you're seeing, as you can see open sky, even though you are close to the center of the outer ring. The entire portion has been blown clean off. And we are, while you are...
Not paying for that.
No. As you all begin your search, we are going to shift over to Ultian. Ultian, I have no vision for you. I have no dream for you. Yours is a cold, dark blackness, until the acrid taste of blood fills your mouth, and you wake sputtering, coughing out blood. Don't bother with your voice mod for now. It's broken.
Yeah. I won't. Can I see anything?
Do you have dark vision?
No.
No.
Hey, do I have access to my utility belt?
Yes, you do. You found yourself,
gonna-
when the blast went off, you slammed against a corner. You were traveling next to Zara and you slammed against a corner, flew around an alleyway to a degree, and find yourself just on the ground with rubble around you, but not on top.
Huh.
Your left collarbone's broken.
All right. Very quickly, let me look at my inventory. Ooh, I don't have.
Someone talk about monolithic miniatures.
I don't have it on me. I'm good. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna stand up, and I'm gonna grab just the match from the tinderbox. I'm gonna spark that, and just look at my immediate surroundings.
Spark that. Immediate surroundings. You can see that corner where you slammed against. There is a blood splatter along there. Taking a feel of your mask as well, you can feel the crack from the corner where it saved your head. Saved you from getting a massive concussion. Who said masks weren't useful? Aside for hiding your face. Immediate surroundings, there's no sign of anyone other than yourself.
And you're saying that I remember I was running next to Zara.
You remember
Right.
you running next to Zarya.
Say hello then. Zara, you there? And then I'm gonna check walkies, or not walkie, or the communicators.
There's
I'm
not
gonna
even a
say-
pop from trying to activate it. Inert.
I'm gonna get to looking. Walk back in the direction.
As soon as you turn that corner, you see where Zora ended up. Pinned against the wall. The large debris of rubble, not touching the ground, somehow lifted up in the air. Zora stays standing, facing the wall, with very clearly a large piece of rebar going straight through her spinal column, just narrowly, possibly, missing her heart. Zora, you are awake, although you cannot feel anything.
Oh God, thank you.
All right, well, I'm gonna rush over.
I'm gonna gurgle a little bit. Pretty sure there's some blood going on. Can I see? Are my eyes
That set
working?
me off the way. It set me off when it did. Oh my gosh. I need to... Oh, Clark.
It's just so brutal. If you don't laugh, you'll cry, you know?
Yeah. You have dark vision, right, Zara?
Do I?
Do you? That's a question.
I don't think I do.
Okay. In that case, you can
Nope.
only see the light coming from the matches that Ultian is flicking on.
Okay, I'll try screaming for help or saying help. Can I talk?
Barely. You will not be able to scream. Even muttering words brings pain.
Okay.
And a reminder that you have something through the center of your chest.
So we'll attempt to say help, but it's like when you're in a dream, trying to yell, and you just can't.
It's very raspy, Ultian, and you would hear it.
Tortures.
Yeah. I'm gonna brush over and all right, let's real quick I'm gonna do a medicine check. Oof.
Oof. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
no.
4.
A 4.
Oh.
Yo.
Ouchie.
And I'm just gonna say, don't move, don't move, don't move.
You don't know the effects of what's going on here, but you do with a 4. I mean, oh gosh. It's very, very clear, and it should be clear to most people for common knowledge that this is a very fatal wound right now, if they don't get medical attention soon.
Okay. I'm going to do, instead of that, what I'm going to do is I'm gonna grab your hand, Zara, and check behind, like slightly move you to like check behind. Because I'm checking to see if you're pinned to
I will
something with
I'll
an
groan in
investigation
displeasure.
of 21.
21. When you take the hand, firstly, Zora, you don't feel him take your hand. You don't feel him put his hand on your shoulder.
Ooh.
You feel the motion of getting pushed forward and small sensations of pain radiating up to your neck and then to your head. But nothing lower.
Uh-oh.
Ultian, when you push forward, the lower portion takes just a minor fraction to get pushed forward along with it, as though it's being pulled from the flesh that's still attached to it, giving you a clear indicator that the spine is completely severed.
Ay.
Okay. This is just for flavor, but I'm gonna go to my stim packs and I'm gonna open it up and see that both are empty.
And shattered.
Yeah. And I'm going to curse under my breath, a word that I cannot say on stream.
Oh.
Oh, goldfish. Oh, there you go.
Gods, I'm so sorry. I gotta get you out of here. Let's go.
I mean, can't really fight much.
I am going to. You know what I'm gonna do? Because I've got ingenuity. I'm gonna use the line on my grappling gun. I'm gonna extend it all the way out. and lock it into place. And I'm gonna wrap them around, creating like a harness in a way for Zara to support, like, so that way I'm not messing their back up even more by letting it move too much, you know? And looking around, are there any other pieces of free rebar lying around that I can make some sort of like
Plenty.
bed?
Plenty.
Okay.
Plenty. There's also...
I'm gonna make a what is it called? Put two pieces of wood like this, and you put it on your horse, and it would be able to drag. It's what Native Americans use.
Oh, yeah. They've got a
I can't
yo?
remember the word.
Yeah, something? I can't remember what they're called either, but I know what you're
A
talking
pole
about.
bed.
A pole bed. Sure, let's go with that.
Yeah, but it's in this shape, like this.
Yeah.
So that I can one arm this bad boy.
Yeah,
I
because you're
currently
color
only
bonus.
have one.
No good. While they're jerry-rigging all this together, Zora,
Yes.
I'm giving you the field now, mate.
Okay. So I'm just being dragged?
You're stuck. He is forming and creating a device to try to pull the rebar out, but that's going to take time to do. While that's happening, are you doing anything, saying anything?
Your
I will
voice.
tell him, not your fault. This isn't your fault.
It is. Now shut up.
No.
Serve your energy. Please.
No. Not your fault.
By the way, I have learned from happenings in real life, I'm not pulling that rebar out of him. I'm getting it in a position to where it can lie backwards, and it isn't like the bottom part of the rebar isn't dragging on the ground as I drag him. But I'm not pulling it all the way out. I'm getting it to the point where it's out of the way, but I'm not pulling it out of him. Out of them, excuse me.
Not piercing me further.
And I'm also not piercing you further.
Through the sound of scurrying, ruffling, and familiar voices, the rest of you do come up and encounter what's going on. You'll see Ultian hurriedly putting together this retrofitted device to be able to pull this large chunk of concrete that's pinned Zora to the wall. You'll see the rebar straight through Zara. Those of you with proficiency in medicine. No one with proficiency? Okay, never mind. But the three of you will arrive to the scene and see what's going on. If you'd like to give me a medicine check, you can.
14?
14. Removing the rebar will kill Zora. Moving them may do the same thing. There's very little chance you'll walk out of this without magical healing.
Which we can't do.
No.
I speak aside to Ultian while he's putting that stuff together. And I don't have any magic. It's not there. Big Tin says there's a field of some kind.
Has enough time passed for me to get any sense of radiation decay on the field?
It's kind of like a nuclear bomb going off. This town is going to be irradiated for the rest of everyone here's life.
It should be gone in about 1,000 years.
Cool. I take the crowbar out of my sack and hand it to Ultian and say, "Will this help?"
maybe. Big Ten, what's the range on this?
Can I sense a range?
As far as your sensors go out, which is probably about 200 feet, maybe. I mean, if that feels right. It goes out the whole distance.
No, I can't sense the range. It's beyond what I can sense.
I'm going to get an idea. I'm going to check Zara's pockets for a rogue Goodberry.
They did cast
Mostly
that. actually.
smashed, but yes,
Did I?
it's there.
Yeah, you did. You cast Goodberry like the second time you were revived, I think. I'm pretty sure you did, but no matter, when you reach into the pocket where the Goodberries would be, you find nothing but dust. Goodberries are magical.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Teffy, you're into books. Give me a history check.
History check. I was
Yeah.
just about to type in the chat that we are now up to 16 good berries for the campaign, by the way.
I love it. It's almost one for every session.
Okay, you said history?
Yeah.
21.
21. You've read a lot of books. There aren't too many about the collapse of the Irundine government prior to what they are now in the Old War. There's not clear indicators to what led to its collapse. But this might be the start of understanding. They were using something that was very risky. And Zelen being surrounded by it would be a huge damper to a magical surrounded society. Curious thing though is there are no fields like this around Andrea now. But with the 21, you would be able to put together a few details you've read about the past. And you would know that this is a risk of using old technology.
Interesting.
I'm going to be blunt and brutal with you all. If you remove Zara, she will die.
Doubly interesting.
Sounds like we don't got a lot of time left.
You don't have much
And
time
she will
left.
die if we don't do anything.
This is my thinking, DM. Could Big Ten take a good, get in behind and just pinch off the rebar? That way we can.
Not enough room.
Zara, if you can hear me,
Yes.
can you change your shape so you're not surrounded having rebarb in you?
I try, and it hurts so bad it doesn't work.
It's like muscle reflexes again. And Zara's skin is grayer than usual. They're in their true changeling form right now. They're not taking on a shape.
Very gray creatures.
And the eyes, they're paled, like a blind person's eyes would be.
I'm still making the thing.
We do not have the capability of moving Zara with the rebarb. So it seems like we have to try to take her off the rebar and move her as quickly as possible to someplace where I or someone else can heal her.
Refresh my memory if you don't mind. How do the keys work? Would they not work in an anti-magic field?
You have no idea.
We would need a door.
To answer that, you would need to test the theory.
Okay. Then Teffy shall say what I just said. Would the keys work in an anti-magic field?
Investigation.
Yeah, I'll roll some Arcana.
Yeah, Teffy's looking around for anything with a lock in it. She doesn't even care at this point if it is a door, because we could stuff Zara in a chest.
It's an 18 for Arcana.
29 investigation to find a door.
Oh, I was trying to see if the key would work in an anti-magic
Key
field.
would work in an anti-magic field. Okay, so for a 29 investigation, you definitely find a door, fairly nearby as well. For your your Arcana, Schnorsboop, there's a few things that help you out in understanding what the causation of this might be. One, your loot is in perfect condition, but you haven't heard or felt a magical sense from it. With your check, it would be enough to deduce and know that though the key will not have lost its properties per se, much like your loot, it will not work in this field.
Based upon how my loot is reacting, I do not think the key would work either.
Effie is hastily rummaging through her entire inventory, and she pulls out a small purple rectangle. And it's one of the tickets to the traveling circus. And then she hands hers to Snorsboop and she says, "Is there any chance that this might still be working on something?"
I assume the answer is no, but I'll roll Arcana again.
Assist.
Nice. Yeah, go for it. With advantage.
17.
17. The General's magic is confusing. Of all your arcane knowledge, you're not even sure how he shows up when people just thinking about him. Like, that's something you'll... 17's not high enough to know what the answer would be.
Now that I am viewing this ticket and I am reminded of and thinking of the General and the circus and the possibilities therein, what's the likelihood that we're going to hear a little carnival music?
Give me percentile dice.
Ooh, percentile dice. 81.
You see the tickets. You remember how to summon him. You think and focus on the General. No music box comes in though.
Effie will gently and politely pluck her ticket back from Snorsboop's hand and will continue hemming and hawing as she scours her inventory.
If an explosion caused this radiation field, would another explosion be able to temporarily disperse it enough that magic could be cast? I'm going through the mathematics in my head.
Potentially. But you have to take into consideration as well the fact that your bodies are filled with the radiation right now. You might be able to cast the
Over here.
magic, but you might not be able to, it might not actually still have its effect on the wanted participant.
Is the rebar through Zara's, like, abdomen?
Oh,
Or
straight
through
through.
her, like, thigh
Straight,
muscle?
straight through her abdomen,
Spine
severing the
is
spine.
straight shattered.
Not ideal. Okay.
Over here looking like Oppenheimer. Altian and me both just like,
Become
You just
destroyer
see
of
me
worlds.
slowly. My breath starts getting slower and slower.
Should we try for a move?
there's nothing we can do.
And this rebar is some sort of iron or steel?
Some kind. Might be like a wrought iron. Cast iron. Very heavy.
And is it going through her spine? Or
Straight
just, like,
through her spine.
her
It is
wall?
completely
Ooh,
severed.
dead center. Good God. Zara,
I can't
why,
feel my
why,
legs.
why would you not just simply roll to the side before that happened? My God.
Alright. Zara?
I can't feel my legs. If that informs anybody else.
Everyone.
But I'm not saying much, just breathing slowly.
Everyone. There's nothing we can do. We
So,
need to just help her pass.
you're genuinely proposing that we just leave her here?
No. But pulling her up may cause pain. So I'm not going to do it.
I say do it. Get my body out of here.
Snozboop, upon hearing this, will step up to Zara and prepare to wrench her body free of the rebarb.
I will start screaming.
I haven't started yet. I'm preparing.
Wait,
I'll
you haven't
start
started yet.
screaming in
Never mind.
anticipation.
To put it on the what did we decide that was called? A travois?
Travois, yeah.
Travoy. Yeah,
Travois.
that's what it is.
Nice.
And I look to Ultian to help me.
All right. I'm going to go over and help.
Go ahead and you do that roll. Well,
Yeah, you should let me do that roll at advantage.
I'm going to go through people's pockets and steal the Mr. Keys key and try that one door.
Okay. Tuffy taking the Mr. Keys key.
I am not rolling a strength. I am rolling a sleight of hand, if you will allow it.
Go for it. With advantage. Feel the help from
Assist in
Smalls.
any way possible. But
Absolutely.
Cocked.
I assume the
I'm
Travois is hooked
good.
up to you, Big Tin.
Yeah.
Yes.
that's
Probably.
not a. I mean, yes, but my
16.
back leg doesn't work.
That's
I'm not
True,
moving
nothing.
fast.
16 was that?
Yeah.
Okay. Tuffy, you get over to a door and you put that Mr. Keys key in there and you twist it. You open it up and on the inside is a ruined house.
Does the inside of this door match the exterior of the door? Or is it like
Everything
a different
matches
ruined
still.
house?
Same ruined house. Just about the same time as you hear of Zara being pulled free of this rebar. Blood immediately starts gushing out. Zora, you maybe have a couple of minutes left if you would like to have any final words.
While she's having words, putting it on the travois.
Yep.
Trying to pull that thing.
I currently have my good hand, whichever side is working, in the wound trying to pinch off the vein, causing the most bleeding.
Effie runs over and tries to help, including a little sparky spark to try and cauterize whatever the hell is going on.
Sparky sparks, all magical senses of sparky sparks do not work. Anything magical does not work.
She groans and weeps a little bit.
And the portion that's most severe for Zara would be the heart. Its lower right ventricle has a small hole.
Do I feel that?
You can put your finger on it, but there's also other veins severed.
Heart's dead.
Final words, Zara? If not, you're going out without any words.
Not your
I'm
fault,
telling-
Ultian. You did what you had to do. Snozboob, you are truly my greatest friend. You have showed me what true friendship means. Thank you. Teffy.
It was my pleasure, my friend.
Oh. Teffy, I don't have much to say, but your ingenuity continues to astound. I somehow find the words to come up with a larger vocabulary while I'm dying. Big Tin, I thank you for taking the name I gave you. You are also a true friend. I think that might be it.
As soon as the word friend leaves, the chest stops moving. And that pulse you can feel against your finger, Ultian, ceases.
I'm going to tell everyone to stop. Say, it's done. Let's try and find some people to help. Big Ten, get Zara back. The base. And also rest. Your leg is half off.
I'll start dragging the litter towards the direction of Palace.
Wait, he's
Back-
headed toward Pallius?
That's what they said.
No.
He definitely meant the secret home base.
Oh, I
However,
thought
the,
it was gone.
Secret home base was underground. It's unconfirmed as to whether or not it's gone.
But it's still probably within the radius.
Probably. It's still unconfirmed though.
To me, Palace would make more sense, but anyway.
I'm going to look at Snozboo and Teffy, and I'm going to say, you two are up for it. There are people who need help. We need to find the other group. Or what exactly happened over there? And why Takiri was going after the interceptor.
I'm in as much as I can be.
Same here. Teffy pulls out a scrap of fabric and fashions it into a makeshift sling for her left arm so she can stop cradling it and actually use her right.
Snoswood will assist her in this endeavor.
Too bad I don't have history. I could start following around going, bring out your dad.
No.
Bring out your dad.
You guys see me pick up, I don't know which collarbone, which side, which arm
Left
is messed
side.
up. Okay. See me pick this arm up and grip my shirt, like pretty much the collar of my shirt to hold it in place. And then I'm going to wrench my shoulder up and pop the collarbone into place. And I will roll a constitution for that. if
Do
you
it.
Need me to.
Roll a constitution. What's your HP at?
I do not know because I
dangerous
don't think you
question.
gave us the
I did,
official
actually.
numbers on that.
I changed
that-
your HPs actually, yeah. So
Is that
whatever you
what it's
see
supposed
is
to be?
accurate.
Oh, okay.
Right now, if a rock falls on me, I'm dead.
17 constitution.
17. It's high enough. Groan of pain, but hey, something like this you're fairly used to.
My arm is just permanently like this now. As I like have a death grip onto the collar.
As you all begin to wander and go about, taking in the scene of the destruction around, you start to see other people who have somehow survived this distance as well, crawling out of their places where they got thrown. You also see plenty of dead around.
I'm
There is
gonna be yelling at everyone to get to the center of town.
They do. People, without question, follow suit and start traveling to the center of town. As the night ends and the day begins, exhausted, the process still continues. People start getting ferried. Lots of thanks, welcomes, accounts of the dead start coming up. Individuals from the center of town start showing up and helping the cleanup. And it's the same thing for everyone. None of the clerics from any of the gods, none of the paladins, none of the monks, no one trained in any medicine via arcane measures can cast any spells or use any magic. Not even the devices around the city are in use or can be used.
Just out of curiosity,
Hmm.
in case we happen to see him, what about the other steel predators?
Excellent question. Closer towards the middle of the day, Aprecia finds you all in the nook where you're helping. I've been looking for you all day. Are you alright? Is everything... You look like crap.
We are living.
What happened?
It's more than can be said for Zara.
Zara, what happened is... What happened? Everything was... We were watching, observing, like you said, and then there was a large explosion that racked the entire city.
The gang leader... what was his name?
Takiri.
Takiri instigated an explosion that destroyed the vehicles in the dock, destroying everything.
I'm sorry about Sarah. But whatever happened, I can't explain it to you. It would be better if you came to me, talk to Francis. He's in the medical tent. He was gravely injured. And no magic is working right now. We don't know why.
The explosion seems to have made a anti-magic field of sorts, which Big Tin believes may last for a very long period of time. But lead us the way to Francis, if you would.
I can go into details later, yeah. When somebody more scientific comes along. How much time has passed?
It's about midday. Let's make it like 2 p.m.-ish. In 423566.
How many hours since explosion?
Since explosion, 10 hours.
I just need to keep track of.
Healings.
My healing's working, fortunately. I can probably move a little bit better by now.
This week, your healing's serving us well. Your system's probably focused on that back leg, trying to make sure it doesn't fall off.
Yeah. If I can. That's the priority.
Yeah.
Just so I can get back to at least my full movement speed.
It's gonna take a while.
Okay, here's another question. Is my system regenerating spell energy?
No.
Okay.
Arcane energy of any kind is... Well, actually, that's a fair point, though. You would feel that it's trying to. But it's like that number where you have it pops up to the 0.1 and then down. 0.1 down, 0.1 down, 0.1 down.
So I have no spell energy reserve at all.
Nope.
Okay.
It's all gone.
It's all gone.
Aprecia takes you to a medical tent. Now you can see is filled with people needing assistance and help. She takes you to the back, where you see sprawled on a bed with 2 of his limbs missing, but sutured in a way to where he is not bleeding out anymore. Breathing very shallow breaths until Aprecia says, "Francis, are you awake?" Yeah. What's... Altian. He tries to get up and then fails, falls back in the bed.
Just stay down.
We're a little more than just watching. Sorry.
You have
It's-
nothing to apologize about.
It's an opportunity. We saw Carla. She was just out in the open. So we jumped her. I don't know what... Aprecia looks over at him. Carla's dead. She got taken out in the aftermath. Natu escaped.
There's something you will need to know. Takiri, or at least something pretending to be him, attacked our vehicle, our mode of transportation here. Whatever it is an immortal being.
Whatever it is, we're gonna have to find it. Tahiri wasn't at the center. It was only Natu supporting his people.
It's because he was in the garage with there personally. We used an engine, old world tech. I didn't know what it was capable of. As revenge for the tanks, tried to take the engine.
And that is when they accidentally ignited the tank and blew it up.
Give me a deception check, just for the possibility of people overhearing your conversation.
Well, do you even know? Like, this is the question.
Okay,
Does
so
anybody else in the party know what I did, though?
They
Because I
would
did it in a turn of combat, and
in the middle of your vehicle, but the explosion from inside the vehicle with you running out of it very quickly, there is say that there could be intuition of putting things together. But that is also a very fair point. For this point, though, I would leave it probably towards the RP of kind of what makes sense. So
up to Peter whether or
Up
not
to
he's
Peter.
rolling that deception. Then
yeah, up to Peter. Does Snorsboop believe what they say? Or-
I think Snodsboop is aware of the falsity.
Where of the falsity, then make me a deception roll.
I don't suppose that's an advantage.
Yeah, it's an advantage. You're not going to be having anyone in the conversation fighting the conversation or fighting the point.
Okay, cool. That's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Perfect.
I'm gonna. My head slowly turns down to the side of Snozboop's face as I stare into it, wondering why he's lying for me.
Let's rest, Francis. I'll do the talking for us. And if that is true, then I think that is what we would want, is to find him, right? I don't know. I don't do crises like this.
We take care of the people first. I'll try and find him. Whatever method of teleportation he used would only take him so far away. So I'm just going to look.
Seemingly, if items of great magical power that are in our possession do not work, I doubt even Tahiri would be able to use magic after that. So, normal means of transportation are likely necessary.
I've
He's
already
not
lost the
coming
day.
back.
It doesn't mean that I can't find Natu. A wounded animal will go back to its den. So, if he was in the perimeter of that blast, even whatever he is. He's got to be hiding somewhere before he can move.
He stepped away though before the blast.
We'll see.
We're in no shape to fight anyone if he is in his den.
Said anything about fighting?
I'll get a few of the others. Need all the hands we can get. Francis, you're staying here. I can still fight. You're missing 2 limbs. You cannot fight still.
It's just a flesh wound.
It's just a flesh wound. The others are not in much better shape. They're also extremely roughed up. But you take the path to where you know their den to have been. It's dead, quiet.
Glad not to.
There aren't even any guards sentried around. Free reign to meander inside.
Looking
Peering-
for any
Go for it.
look for any evidence of where not to win. He turned tail.
There is
And that means Tahiri's gone.
There is evidence. Maybe a few hours old at this point. But bloody bandages. Lots of them. Gathered around inside one corner. What you do not find is evidence of any bodies or any people around.
Okay. Any blood trails? Footpaths? Secret doorways?
Give me a survival check.
Oh, I shall.
Assist.
I shall.
Take it with advantage. You've got assistance.
14.
There's a blood trail leading in. There's no blood trail leading out. And even though there was things scattered around, I mean, this place it's scavenged. Anything of importance is high importance is taken. You're not sure where they escaped from or where they left, but you can gather that they have left.
All right. I'm going to do a history check on what the easiest port out of the city would be for people of their ilk to get out,
Okay.
considering a portion of the city is missing.
Yeah.
History, where is it? $21.
21?
That's how the math works.
21 gives you enough information to gather that they couldn't have taken a skiff after this. Skiffs are run off of arcane energy. They would have had to gone it by foot or by animal. They may not have gotten far, but the likelihood is the most sensible place for them to leave would have either been towards the northwest or the northeast. Anything further into Grantina applies more risk, especially with after what happened just recently. It's more risky for them to get noticed, seen, and followed, hunted. Because despite what they might want, they are technically on the run right now.
All right. I follow the trail, but it's more of my own stubbornness than anything. I push myself to the literal point of collapse from exhaustion. Following leads.
Pushing yourselves, helping the town. You spend the whole day hunting, following leads, assisting. And what you can gather is they left northeast. But you will not be able to trace them in your state. The night comes. Exhaustion takes you. And still no magical energy for anyone comes back.
Can I get a better estimation now? Getting the decay rate?
The decay rate with this initial rate is 1,000, but there's a variable to what something in the land that's altering that number. You can identify that there is an X factor that you do not know what is. That is changing the number, and it is decreasing more rapidly than you think. You can deduce what the fraction of it is by through reverse engineering, but what's causing it has no identification to it. But it is decreasing in time span. Your calculation is this will be gone possibly within 36, 37 cycles. But by all mathematical rights should be hanging around for thousands of cycles. When the morning comes by, you can all hit that long rest button, but do note, your broken bones and your magic, they don't come back. Your bones are still broken, and your magic is still gone.
You said my ribs are broken?
Yeah, you've got 2 broken ribs.
Cool.
Right, 4 and 5. There we go, let's give him some numbers. Yeah. But in your quarters where you are stationed for the night, being major assistants, guild members, there is the mayor, knowing you all as well, will give you a sound location to sleep. In the morning there's knocking though. And whomever opens the door, if any of you do.
That's close.
Snozboop will open the door.
You open the door, and just on the other side is a very familiarly clad, well-dressed, tall, black-haired, bulky elf. Julian. And just behind him, a woman who's dressed in all red gowns, with a shawl covering her face of pure black. And he says as you open the door, "It seems like you've gotten yourself into a bit of a mess. But I understand there's a lot more to it. May I come in?"
Well, I'm Snozboop Snoogan. Who are you?
Oh, you wouldn't because of magic skull. Oh no. Whisper.
Oh, it is excellent to hear your voice again for the first time. Do come in.
Then why would it be again if it was for the first time?
A slip of the tongue.
I like this one. I told you you would. Obviously, there are a few things we need to talk about. Mayor, we'll just, yes. He makes his way in, looks around.
Wait, is Julian also here?
Yeah, Julian's right in front of you. Yeah, he was the one who knocked.
Oh,
Whisper's right behind
okay.
him. Yeah.
Very good. Well, then, yeah, I just let them in immediately.
Well, first thing, I don't know what happened. But whatever you did, it set off a lot more than I ever could have wished for. Where is Zara? It would be better if we were all here.
Zara is no longer with us. She passed in the blast.
Ah. Details I presume you will be filling me in with.
Her death, the blast happened. She ended up on a piece of rebar. We couldn't get her off of. We tried to move her. It didn't work.
Silence. Well, not silence. Silence refuses to enter the city. Whisper. Check the building. Yes. She steps out of the room again. Right. All the details, please. And with that, we're actually going to go on break. As the hand, hopefully, maybe, fills in Julian with the details of what they've been up to. And we will return back to their wonderful little conversation after the break. See you all in 15. Bye.
Hello there. As a guest of the Owlbear Inn, you obviously have taste. Now, as a person of taste, have you ever thought to yourself, I need to watch an artist who also has taste, with a sense of classiness and intelligence, heightened by sitting in a leather armchair before a fireplace with shelves of books behind? Neither have I. Anyways, I happen to have an art channel called Michael How Arts here on Twitch if you want to check it out. There's drawing, chatting, and sometimes gaming. If you enjoy fantastic characters and comics, or just having someone to hang out with while doing art, you should give Michael How Arts a look-see. That's twitch.tv/Michael How Arts. And if you visit, maybe, just maybe, you'll occasionally have that artist sitting in front of a fireplace to give you a +1 to the richness and culture of your Twitch experience. Though I wouldn't count on that. But please, do stop on by. Thanks for your time, and have a wonderful day.
I'm Michael Howe, and I approve this message. Oh, you don't believe me? Well, I did this, and 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 this.
Hello, everybody. Fine
All
still.
campaign, all I wanted was to pass wisdom saving throws, and I never do.
Even with advantage?
I have advantage. I have plus. All my feats almost have all been going into that direction. No.
Oh, that's awesome.
Consent is always important.
Agreed.
You're next.
Why am
totally
I
not dead.
so bad at this game? Jeez.
Might be genetics.
Attack first. Think never. Hey, folks.
You feel a definite pulse of magical energy as you shake his hand.
You just made a deal with the devil.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Roll a will save.
There's more up there? We have to... I fucking hate this level.
We could have been playing Valheim.
Dog, dog, dog. Save me, save me. Where are you? Get in front of me. Get in front of me. Get in front of me.
I'm coming. I was marking the cave.
Dogs. Santa. Ah. Get the dog. Help.
Hello, folks.
There. Apparently, I can't remember your name at all.
Who's Ingrid?
You.
You.
Me?
Irving.
Oh.
Yes, because I can't think. Wow. Why am I having such a hard freaking time with names today?
You called me Murphy twice before
Yeah.
we even started.
Shut up, Melvin. I'm working here.
Alrighty, naked.
That's a good drawing, right?
Damn right, Zach, that's
Really
good.
good. Oh my gosh.
Love it.
Thank you.
Wow.
With someone.
Wait, you just said they had a book.
That being
Yes.
said, we will.
Yes.
And then you emphasize that there is a book.
Holy! Way to catch on to that like a minute and a half late.
There's books, there's diaries, there's maps.
Wait, there's a book? We have not been consistent with this at all, have we?
No.
I'm not even going to try and pronounce most of those. Wow.
Yeah, they had a sale on apostrophes that day.
Hello, everybody.
I don't know what's really going on. Hi!
We have you on speakerphone.
I was just gonna say, this is one hell of a collect call, man. I didn't know he knew infallible relay.
Does anyone know what the rates are? I don't have that much gold.
Did you know back in the old days, in the medieval times, they used to put lanterns, hang lanterns out on front of horses to help them navigate during nighttime?
Oh.
It was the first recorded instance of satellite navigation.
I enjoyed the live action The Avatar movie.
Oh, baby Baba Luba. And burble as it came.
No!
Can I get a oh yeah?
Oh yeah?
Oh
If you're only to be addressed as you as your own person, what do I do if there's like a whole bunch of y'all?
You may use titles as, I would say, the trolls. You may use the consequences if
Okay.
you would like.
So
You
y'all
may-
is off the table.
Y'all is an abomination.
A whole bunch of y'all.
Too late.
That's when you guys look over and see what once was Jitters descend slowly onto the ground, trampling towards you as its head from top to about past the sternum splits like that into a toothy maw that is its whole body. Rawr. Hello and welcome to Hate, Laugh, Love.
Everybody knows if it's green and it's slime,
You went that
it's booger time.
The show where we talk about movies.
He starts hopping on the way, and when you look back, there's Handor and Grace. Grace looking just frowning perpetually, and Handor just smiling ever so gracefully. And Finestorm, you see on their lips, Handor say, "You think they'll make it?" And Grace go, "Not a chance." everyone, and welcome back to the Albarian, where we play TTRPGs and have a hoot. Thank you so much for the raid, just in time. Rollers of Fate. Hey, what's up? How was the stream? Your stuff? I can't comment there because it wants me to log in again, and I don't know why. That's not the right place. Hey. I need.
Either way, we had a party member death that you guys missed.
Yeah, it was great.
Rebar through spine.
It was painful.
Most certainly was not something that should be described as great.
Just a low-level thermonuclear device being set off. The magical equivalent of a thermonuclear device with a low payload.
Mm-hmm. Low payload. Keywords.
Yep, low
Only
payload.
half the city was destroyed. Now we're facing the aftermath of it. And we're coming back to the party, those who remain of it, with broken limbs and all, BT nearly fully back to functional features. There are still dents and little tiny pieces of goop around, but they look fully functional. And Julian, your guildmaster, in the city of Zalem, sitting in front of you. The door opens up again, and Whisper comes back. Building's clear. Good. You're... yeah.
I am not in this room.
Where are you?
But there is this low-level, like almost meaty going on consistently in the background.
Julian, as far as what happened, first, you should know this is not the story that's
That's the look of a face that accidentally turned his own camera off right there. That's the look. That's the look of a DM who clicked the wrong button.
I didn't click
Been there,
anything.
done that.
Oh, you didn't click anything?
I didn't click anything.
Oh no.
That was my Corsair software randomly failing out of nowhere. I need to repeat it.
Did you hear what I said, or should I repeat?
You're gonna have to repeat.
Sure.
Everything turned off and cut out.
No problem. Julian, just so you're aware, what I'm about to tell you is not the story being told about what happened. But this is what happened. Would you like me to tell them exactly what happened, or would you want to fast forward through it?
We can fast forward through it. I mean, if you're telling him honestly.
I'm telling him honestly every detail about what happened, including the story that I have been telling that it was, man, I can't even remember these guys' names here. Dahark. Dahiri. Yeah, Dahiri, that it was Dahiri that caused the explosion, which admittedly, in a way, he did cause the explosion, but,
He says those words verbally out loud, Snozboot does. Admittedly, he did, in a roundabout way.
Yes. So now Julian knows all. Julian is our guildmaster, just so everyone's aware.
Yeah. Good. And that will be the story. My understanding is that Luce will be here within a solar.
I believe that is correct, yes.
I know it's correct.
Oh, excellent.
You all seem to have stumbled into a unique situation. In all my time,
That's what we do.
Walking in this world, I have seen a great many things. I've lived as an exile from my own country for a time. Banished even from the continent I knew and understood. Made a living in places and formed information networks. I would like to make a proposition.
We get kicked out of the guild.
Propose away.
No, not kicked out of the guild, although it would be prevalent for all of you to know. The guild does have the hand on suspension right now. You are not allowed, for the time being, to take any guild actions, under investigation of your actions here. However, with the story,
fast.
what you told, things happen quickly when officials get involved, especially in Grantina. As soon as you start affecting profits, corporations start pushing. And Zellum right now is completely unoperational. Whisper, if you don't mind, get Altian in here. Yes. She steps out of the room. Where you are, Altian. A red-cloaked figure with no face, or a shawled face, appears. Julian would like you to join us in the subsiding room. You're muted. We can't hear you.
It almost looks like that last image of the Blair Witch Project. I'm like in the corner of this room against the brick wall doing the Bruce Lee 1-inch punch against the brick wall without a glove on, just bleeding onto the ground.
Leave your bleeding and self-wallowing for later. We have work to do.
Fine. Just walk back hand dripping the whole time.
As soon as Altian gets into the room. Altian, I've been informed as to your goings-on. And despite everything that's come from it, or on your side at least, I'm sorry about Zora. But I think it's good for you to know what your actions caused. But for that, I need to explain a little about what I've been working on. And I need you to agree that whatever I tell you stays here. For hearing it, I will be involving you in my own organization. We don't operate with a name. You only want to operate with a name if you want to be known, and we do not want to be known.
Do you operate in the realms of friendship?
With the prospects and the desires of peace in Nathriel.
Snozboop gives his word.
Have you just
I
nods
nod.
in agreement?
Same.
Do not in
How
agreement.
curiosity gets the better of her without any moral standing at this point.
Zara also agrees from the grave.
From the grave? He looks at BT. You are your own member as well.
Okay.
You've heard me say that I was an exile from my land. When I was a young boy, both my parents were fairly high up in the Grantinin. And for that, they were both assassinated. I won't get into the gruesome details of it. that each of them being CEOs of their own corporation caused for complications of wanting them both gone at the same time. I, however, was absconded away. My guard. He saw what was coming and got me out. It was about 11 in this time.
Was that guard or God?
Guard. With an
Okay,
R.
guard,
With an R,
guard,
yeah.
okay.
Good check. Thank you. We sailed with an insane captain, who I've been trying to reach to, Teffy, because I know you'd like to meet him. Through the archipelago of the gods. Left probably halfway through. Ended up in a place called Andrea. Didn't know it at the time. You landed on an island, settled down. He told me that in time we would be able to return, and I would be able to take my rightful place. It didn't last too long. A bunch of pirates came by our island, raided us, killed my guard, and took me as their own slave. But I grew up in Grantina. I knew all the tricks of the trade. I talked my way up. I witnessed their entire social structure collapse, get retaken and rebuilt. I thrived in that land. Eventually, it too was engulfed in chaos. And even in that time, I still thrived. War makes profits. I don't know if any of you know that. Especially when it comes to information. Peace was brought to the land. And my profits, well, a peace was brought to them as well. It was time for me to leave, to come back home. But I couldn't do that without a little help. He makes a little gesture towards Whisper. I had a friend out there who needed to leave as well. So I got in touch with my insane captain friend. Got him down to the Chalice Estates. Brought my friend and my 2 new constituents with me. And finally made my way up here. It was about 30 cycles ago now. I started building my network over here now. Got to a point where I have people in all nations. We work quietly, gathering the information and learning what we can. Down there were these... It's difficult to explain what they are. These rips, tears in the fabric of what we know to be existence. Things would come pouring through of different kinds. There's a property to Iridai that I don't fully understand. It might be having an effect on it, so that is where we have focused our research, focused our information. You yourselves witnessed some of our research coming into existence. I managed to rip a hole myself, and from it came these sprawling little red things. We've come to start calling them imps. You fought them on your first day arriving to the guild. I do apologize for that. It was my fault. You bringing up this, your report on the being you fought, your reports on what you found. I can't remember the name of the city. Oh no.
Zone? Which
Yes.
city?
No, the
The
other
wood
one.
place?
The one in the wood place. Yeah. What's it called?
You made too
Vilt.
many maps. We're not
Vilt.
on that map. Yeah,
I did
Vilt.
make too many maps.
That's
Vilt. Like, new reports on the inhabitants of Vilt. And the existence of certain beings even inside our own city of Pallius has led me to believe that Iridai is going to be the epicenter of whatever happens next. And we would like to be behind it before. You've already encountered other party members who are seeking to do the same. Your blackmailer, Altian, is one. Although he operates and works with the Quailin government. Against the Queen's word, though. Queen Costier is not pleased with most of his actions. I need your help. You have connections in places, resources, that we can't get into. Our guild reputation doesn't have its weight yet. And we are foreigners by the rights of everyone outside of Grantina. Each of you bring a connection that I would like to utilize. I need to know, though, first. What is your state? You've lost 2 members of your group, Gwyn and Zora. You faced a matter of defeat. I wouldn't call it a full one. You've still come up on top. The stability of Grantina, well, that comes after this question. Are you all right? How was the hand doing?
I am an old man, and loss is, to some extent, an old friend at this point. I can't speak for the rest. Hmm?
I'll survive. Always have. When this is done, the business in Zelen, I can't leave again. Somebody's got to be here to watch over this place. There's a vacuum now. The number 1 crime syndicate in this city is now fleeing the northeast. What was a sword of protection is now fractured. Mercs.
It is possible that the conversation with Luce may be helpful in that regard.
Yes. That is what comes next. But first, BT, Teffy. How are you two? Oh, that reminds me, actually. He rifles through a side pocket and pulls out some letters. Those letters I sent you all, you can open them.
Hell yeah.
Zora, I would like you to open yours and maybe send
If
a
I'm dead,
picture.
can I still open mine?
Yeah, you can open yours, but if you can, send a picture over to Altian, because he's handing the letter for Zora to you, Altian.
Okay. I'll be right back.
And maybe with a translation as well.
I was
Considering the
very careful.
handwriting.
Okay, each one of these letters is only a single page, and it took me roughly 30 minutes each, because I very carefully wrote out each one. I was careful.
No, his handwriting is dog
It's
shit.
garbage.
Guys.
It's garbage. Even my cat being careful, it's still bad.
Very terrible. Now compare that to mine. Let's see if we can get it in focus. Sorry. But let's see if we can get it in focus, because I think you can kind of sort of tell Hold on, let me.
I mean, the USPS got it here, so it's somewhat legible.
Right? That's my defense. That's very good handwriting. Well done. I can read it.
I've got a stamp which appears to have a rose on it that says "Good luck."
One of the standardized stamps.
I have a wax seal with an embossed silver-colored letter C on an otherwise yellow background with fleur-de-lis, it appears. What are we, French?
Stuck that stamp somewhere because it like when the letter came to me, it was like slightly ripped, like right around. You can see where the old rip was. So I took the stamp off and I put it somewhere. I think it was a tree of some sort, possibly. I forget.
It was. Julian would inform you that it was actually a forged seal of the
yes,
Trillic Union.
that's right.
Yeah. Forged meaning there's a slight difference to it than the other ones. Very slight difference. Yours, Peter, is a general public seal, meaning they wrote the letter, gave it to the mailer, and the mailer sealed it in front of them. It's from George. And yours, Teffy, is your family personalized seal. It's from your father.
I gathered as much.
Fancy.
Yeah.
My family has a
She'd be
seal.
rich. She'd be rich
My
over here.
I wouldn't
My
say
daddy has
rich
a
anymore.
seal.
But my daddy.
My daddy drives the Rolls
Old wealth.
Royce.
Old wealth over here. Old wealth.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that was great.
I like your disclaimer for the post office.
Right? Yeah, I had to.
Like, just in case.
Just in case. For Zora, theirs is technically supposed to be in the fashion of like newspaper clippings being cut out and stamped onto a piece of paper, but I'm not going to do that in real life because that looks way too sketch.
Question.
Yeah.
So I think I got the
10th century,
extent.
this newspapers.
The extent of it here. But it says there's one word I don't understand. It seems moderately important. 30. They've been war for more than 30 cycles. They still hold something in their hearts.
Hands. They hold hands.
Might start with an F.
They're still in love.
It's probably something akin to, I can't think of the word right now. I'd have to see it to be able to translate it for you.
You should have been a doctor.
I did
handwriting.
actually start my
You went-
career in medicine. That's why I have a
I know.
degree in medicine.
Should have been. Should have been.
Yeah, lost calling, I suppose. Basically, there's disdain and hatred still in not the Trillic Union, the Vesuth Republic against the Savoth Dominion. Any of his talkings about the Savoth, making peace with the Savoth, is met with pure hostility.
Good.
Like, they won't have it.
Oh, did George send you a letter, Snoz?
He did, yeah.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Full of friendship, as you might expect.
Always, it's George. A wonderful guy, George.
Great guy, great
Just
guy.
a
He
great
got
guy.
distracted following a frog. What an icon.
Let's see if I can get some
that
lighting
story.
on this letter.
Oltian, before I send you to Luce, or before you go to the meeting, I need you to understand something. I did not know you knew her. I didn't realize that you were the person she talked about.
How could you?
Because I was the one who found Luce roaming the deserts, lost, without a home. And I gave her one. She's one of my operatives. We've been working for a
Should have
while
known.
to uphold and upheave this entire government structure. And what you've done has skyrocketed us from a 60 cycle plan to a 1 cycle plan now.
Well, I knew something was up. Just didn't know what it was.
Your blackmailer. He's blackmailing me too.
My blackmailer. He used my identity as a ploy, but he didn't realize that it doesn't matter to me. But now I assume he knows about Francis and Luce, so I guess it does.
Does this individual need to be convinced of friendship?
This individual is the second highest running official of the Quaylan government. He's
So
right
difficult.
behind the Queen. Yes, very difficult. However, I will openly say that what you've done here has made it to where his blackmail is no longer useful. Not even for myself. He can reveal who we are all he likes. It's not going to change a thing. Your information on Qualtra, I gave it to the king. He very much looks forward to meeting you. Although that will take time. Right now, Silence is hunting Tahiri. He won't come into the city. His effect on himself will cease working if he does.
Speaking of him, what exactly is he? Does anybody know? Because that was not a gnome that I spoke with.
Was he one of those beardy things?
I will say, my friend Liam, pointing to his loot, seems to think that it was a demon.
And that will be
Rather
part of what we
emphatically.
investigate. We're not entirely sure. I thought he was a gnome. Everything he's done is purely mortal, like what we would do. And he's been around for far longer than most of the obscurances that we know. I am unfortunately as much of a loss as you are. But that is part of what I would like you, Altian, specifically to look into. During your times hunting him, because I know you're going to want to.
It depends.
Listen to what Lucy
I don't know
says,
why,
at least.
but I trust your people to at least keep tabs on him. But until my work is done here, and I look over at everybody, the remaining members of this party, and I say, I can't leave once this is done.
My friend, as it sounds as though you are putting a restraint upon yourself that is unnecessary.
No,
Even
I'm
if
putting a
this
restraint.
city does need oversight, the Ultianites are still here.
Not
I do
the
have
same.
my best known medicine profession. It's hard to say. He's very much like Teffy. He plays with chemicals. But he's also very good at making prosthetic limbs. They're making some limbs for him now. That's my point on that.
Luce needs me. That's what it is. Oh, I'm actually, you know what? I've made a decision, a character decision. For the first time in this entire campaign, I'm just gonna pull my mask off.
Ooh.
And I'm gonna look at you all. And I'm gonna say, if she needs me, then I'm going to stay. Because I have a lot to make up for.
What does Ultium look like?
Okay, so it's that red hair. Now it's like kind of grown out a little bit. It's that like really stark, like auburn red hair. And his nose has clearly been broken many times. It's one of those like old boxer noses you see, like in photos from like the 50s and 60s, the old boxer nose. It's just a little bit down, you know? And there's like freckles and stuff like that. But it's just some guy. There's like no descript, like nothing that you could be like, oh yeah, he looked like this, or he had a scar on his face, or whatever it is. It's just, he looks like a bruiser.
Okay.
I'm gonna say, I have a lot to make up for, and I don't think a lot of time to do it. What I'm saying is that when the hands business is done in Zellum, I have to stay. Help rebuild. Maybe make it something different.
It seems as though Julian might know better if Luce would need your help. Looking at Julian.
It's part of the plan. What I have to propose, actually, we'll see the hand split for a while. I need your eyes in different places. There will be a time I need you to come back together. For I do need the hand as a whole. To cover a few details here as well, what you do for me will be outside of the guild privy. We use guild privy to get into places that we normally wouldn't have access to. This will be additional pay. I'm not going to be letting you do all this and risking your life for the salvation of this world. For free, that would be insanity. But Ulti and I need you to work with Luce. She is going to need your help, you're right. Schnorzboop, I need you to return home. Not to the messengers of peace. All the reports I've been getting on them make them tied into this in some way I don't understand yet, and I think it's risky to have you, knowing what you know, returning to them. When I say home, I mean Lefrink. Your original home. It's nothing but ruins right now. But whisper.
The story that we've been hearing, it's not accurate. There are falsehoods, and I don't understand where they are. I'm going to need someone who's been there. Someone who's experienced the tragedy and the destruction with me.
I don't understand what you mean I'm from Lefrink.
The city that was destroyed, and you were in.
Somebody doesn't have their notes up to date. Oh,
I guess not. I thought I was always from where I was from.
Which is Lefrink, isn't it?
Maybe the
it's
DM
from near
has them.
Steerith.
What's wrong?
Hang on,
Hey,
let me
it's
move you over
rare,
I
to-
thought
but
he was
it
from the raspberry
happens.
place.
The raspberry.
The raspberry. Okay, so in your
You know,
backstory,
from
you
Raspberry
very
Place?
clearly have being in Lefrink. your backstory has Lefrink in it as the tragic part of your story where things changed.
Oh, okay. So I've been there. I'm not from there.
And that's something you can clear up with him because he thinks you're from there.
Okay. Julian, a point of order. Although I am aware of Lefrink and its destruction did have a major impact on my life and my choice to become a messenger of peace, I am not from Lefrink. Not to say that I won't go there, but just as a point of information.
He looks over at Whisper and she leans forward.
He said the wrong one.
She looks at your loot.
I need the one who was in Lefrink when it collapsed.
Oh. Liam.
I thought it was...
They are conjoined and connected.
Right, that's a you thing. She connects people if they're conjoined and in part of where we're from, or where she's from. I'm from here. The Admiralty. They all have two beings connected. It's one complicated. Andrea is...
No need. I met one not long ago. I had a conversation with their sword. A very interesting fellow.
You had a conversation with their sword?
Yes.
Oh.
Gave me the sword, and I talked to the sword and asked if it wanted to be free from being inside the sword, and it was like, no, I think I'll stay in here for now. I told him, let me know, and I'll see what I can do.
That never worked for me.
Perhaps you weren't friendly
guess
enough.
He's friendly.
No matter. Interesting. Yes, if you don't mind, I do need you to return or go to Lefrink with Liam.
I will be joining you.
As for you, Teffy, there have been some reports coming from your hometown. People have been having dreams. Disturbing ones. They don't seem to be connected to any sort of faith behind any of the deities. You know the people of Crodpolis. I would like you to look into that. I think it's connected, although I'm not sure how.
Understandable.
Teffy, if you're going to Quadpolis, I believe my brother George is there. Perhaps he can assist you.
I'll certainly look into it. I like the old bugger.
As for you, BT, the fact that you are in operational status right now is a baffling concept. None of the other steel predators or steel protectors or whatever they had here are functional. They don't work. And whatever's happening here for the lack of magic while not unfamiliar to myself, and to silence and whisper. What's causing it here is unfamiliar. It's nothing we know. I have Doctor looking into it right now. If you're willing, he could use your help.
Okay.
Well, as the soul is unfold, we will run into the details of it. But for now, I think it would be a sign of good faith for the guild if you all assisted and helped with the reclamation of Zellum. At least until Luce arrives. There's a knock on the door. I thought you said the building was clear.
Somebody's knocking on the door.
It was clear.
Whisper turns around. It's just me. Oh. Ah. Come in. Door opens up and this semi-tallish, he's probably about 5'8". Still standing man. He's got these faded freckles, these bright green eyes, very short cut and fashioned out ginger hair.
Your buddy Francis is doing pretty okay. I've got him stabilized and limbs are on the way. Everyone else who's critical, pretty severe, and that worry you had, I can confirm it.
That's what I feared. Very well, thank you.
Yeah, need anything else, you let me know.
Door closes. You may well know that there is a chance, whenever someone passes, of resurrecting. I had my friend there test it. It doesn't work. I'm sorry, but Zara truly is gone. I will...
Does anyone know? Big Ten, maybe you do. What their last wishes were? Or any sort of cultural thing we could do for the burial?
Nope.
I could perhaps hazard a guess. Based upon Zara's final statements, it seemed important to them to be known by people that they cared about. Perhaps one or several of us could say something about Zara that we appreciated. Memorial of sorts.
Quick question, table talk wise. Ben, did Zara have any faiths? Did Zara believe any of the gods? Follow any of them?
Let me check. I don't remember faith being a part, but I think I had an assigned. Let's see.
Kind of like a loose deity. I mean, you and Teffy kind of both come from a place where you might have a loose deity, I mean, you're more than likely to follow deeply, but it's your character choice as to whether or not you actually do. Whether
Yeah,
Southern Tribute Union.
there's so little faith there. There's not even an indication.
Not even an indication. It makes sense coming from your place. I mean, if they follow any of the faiths, it would be the illegal ones. So, not any you know of. But no, so...
Well, then Altian's gonna say, I meant more of the physical sense. There are no graveyards in Zillam. Cremate our dead. If that is against their wishes, that's all I was asking.
Build a memorial.
From what I saw, their closest friend was it Grace? What was the name of the one who died
Gwen.
immediately?
Gwen.
Gwen. Okay. Yeah. From what I remember, it was Gwen was her closest friend. So what if it might be a bit too long to... As morbid as this is, her face scrunches as she's saying this. It might be a bit much to try and get her body there. What if we cremated her and took her ashes next to Gwen's grave? Couple of besties reunited?
Magic is working roughly a mile out of the city. I do know teleportation spells.
Do you know anyone with Sanctuary? Hold on. It's a Sanctuary. What does that spell? I played a cleric. I should know this. I forget what spell it is.
Like preserve the dead or something?
It's Gentle Repose.
Yes, Gentle Repose.
Gentle Repose.
You know anyone with Gentle Repose?
He pulls a wand out from his sleeve. Outside of the city it'll work, but not inside. As he puts it back.
Then that's what we'll do.
I'll make the preparations.
Is everyone in agreement of the plan? Any naysayers?
Not necessarily, just a bit of clarification needed. How much longer are we going to be in Zellum before we all kind of split up?
At least until Luce arrives.
Okay.
One more soul.
One day.
So another solo or two then?
I at the very least would like you all to meet Luce.
Alright, cool. That'll give me time to check on some people that I've met while we're here.
That is a plan. I will have Whisper find you when Luce arrives. In the time being, I can only suggest that you help the city. He stands up, walks to the door, puts his hand on the handle. And man who came in was another one of my operatives. He helped me become what I am today. If you need any medical assistance, or any alchemical suggestions, find him. If you have any regrets or thoughts as to what he's capable of, he steps out the doorway, the door open as he starts to pull it closed. I used to be an orc. And he closes the door.
Father!
Well, that is interesting, and perhaps he can help me with my ribs. Maybe a little stroll to find this individual then.
Are there any, this is more for flavor than anything, are there any mirrors in this room?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a mirror.
Okay. All right, do the three remaining party members other than want to make a perception roll real quick?
That's an Eddie one. I'm not looking at you.
Oh, bounce on the 3
That's
back to a 10.
a 6 on the die for a grand total of 7. So I'm also not looking at you.
It's pretty obvious. I'm not making eye contact. I'm not looking at I'm like avoiding the mirrors until I get the mask back on. That was just flavor.
Does he cast a reflection?
Yes,
Someone
I
asked
cast a reflection.
Yeah, he does.
I cast a reflection.
So I guess I'm going. I don't know if Teffy's joining to go find this doctor person with talents and skills.
Huffy's coming with.
Altian is going to suffer through his wounds as penance. Excuse you, sir. Sorry, he's barking in the kennel.
Aw. Potato.
He's asking to be seen.
Yes, he is, because he knows he's only got an hour left to be seen. Anyway.
Free me.
I'm just going to go help out the people.
Okay. Going
and at this point, post all of this nonsense, I'm just wearing the Altian costume. All of the pretense has been lifted away.
Perfect.
Don't care anymore. Sounds care.
Good. BT, anything you're doing in particular?
Oh, most definitely.
Yeah? What you doing?
Well, I'm gonna help the people, so I guess mostly I'll be a mover, heavy lifter.
Lord,
but
not needed.
I want to find the guy who owned the other two steel predators and just walk by him and say, "How are the two paperweights doing for you now?"
When you do this, you'll be saying it to a corpse.
Oh, he's dead, dang it.
Drick,
Okay.
Yeah, Drick was, he was backstabbed and killed by Carla and Natu during the meeting in the center. Something you would
Okay,
learn
then. I guess I don't
into
get to
it.
do that.
Carla and Natu attempted to unify. Oh, there's the potato wedge.
The boy.
The boy.
He's
sergeant.
nibbling on my chin. Oh
Well,
my goodness.
he's happy.
Okay,
He's
okay.
excited. But they would have, Natu and Carla attempted to unify both their fronts and failed miserably. Their attempt started with the assassination of Drick, with the two main forces meeting together. With Tahiri away from it, Natu saw and thought that it was his best chance to do this. He did not succeed. The loyalty to Tahiri is far too strong. So wandering around and hearing this, you would eventually learn that there is the potential that Natu is not with Tahiri. That he's gone his own separate way.
Excuse me? I find that out, yes?
You would find that out too, yeah.
I go sniffing.
You go sniffing. He escaped out the southwest side. He went further into Crentina.
Alright. I let the proper people know that.
There is also no sign of the McGinty or the McNinty clan. They are gone.
Two things.
Yep.
One, did they pay us?
No, they did not.
Okay.
Those rapscallions.
Secondly, are we still trying to get the Alehoots an invite, or is that dead?
That's
now?
kind of up in the
I
air.
have not even thought about that.
Yeah, not even Julian's thought of that. But you find this guy. You and Teffy. While they're off learning all this stuff and helping the town, helping the sea, you find this person who's kneeling down by another very, very injured person, putting a few things, and you hear him say, like, "Hey, this is gonna hurt." Ah! I gave you a heads up. Hey, man, I mean, don't be crying out because pain's a thing, all right? Deal with it. And you come around seeing him just gently slap the face of this guy who just had his arm put back in place. From the puncture wound on the side, it looked like the bone broke and punctured through the skin and was just pulled down and then back up for it to set more correctly. All right, bandage that up, get a mile outside of the city for some magical healing.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Julian said you might be able to assist us.
We've got some broken bones.
Oh, that's a tragedy. Ooh. All right, yeah, come here.
Go there.
I also go there.
Excellent. Hi.
Hello.
Hiya, I'm Teffy. That's Snoz. You are.
Callus.
Wait, is it the child Callus? This is a tangerine.
Excuse you?
Question. This is a tangerine question.
Then
Is
for
this the small
tangerine.
Callus?
Yes.
Yes!
But
I
he's
love
much-
that guy.
He's much
the
older.
boy!
He's
No,
much
he's
older.
a small child.
No.
He
He's
gives
a
me
boy.
questionable mushrooms. He's a good boy.
He's a 38-year-old man now.
He's a child. Just like the potato over there. It's a child.
Oh, look at that potato. Yeah, needing that lap time.
I pulled him up. I don't know how long he will stay.
Oh. At least that's the name I was given. Oh, you got 2 broken ribs. Yo, that's gonna hurt. Especially seeing as the way I gotta set him, alright? When I tell you, let your breath out, okay? You feel him dig his fingers underneath one of the ribs. It's a little painful. Like, alright, breathe out as hard as you can. And there's a... Oh! How you feeling, buddy?
That was less good. But I assume it will have excellent results.
Well, it's set in place now, so it should heal normally. If you have the chance, get a mile out of town. We got a respite just outside for some healing on setting these things. Can't do it inside, though. There's a weird effect going on. I've never seen it. Been around most of this world now, too.
Very strange indeed.
All right, your turn.
Oh. Teffy comes over, gestures at her makeshift sling with her arm in it.
You are not just Earth Ganassi.
No.
There's something. What is it? Wait, no, hang on, don't tell me. Dang it, I heard you. Air as well.
Sorry.
That's cool.
Tell.
You don't have hollow bones, do you? I know birds have hollow bones.
It was to my great distress that distinction was up in the air for quite some time, but no, I have regular bones just like a regular person.
Oh, good, because I would have been really concerned about that too. As he pops your bone back into place. That'll set nicely now. There you go.
Ah, it broke when I was a child, and I don't think it ever fully got back to normal. But yeah.
That would explain a little lump right here. He very carelessly digs his finger just very close to your break. Definitely some pain and agony in his action. Like, oh, right, yeah. Oops. Sorry.
Yeah, I appreciate the heal, but let's not just kind of touch the injury willy-nilly, why don't we?
You've got some curious bones. What can I say?
They are
Hey,
strange.
Can I get a sample of your blood, too?
I almost said something that would have required the beep noise. Screw it,
You
why
are
not?
now the experiment.
All right, cool, thank you. Pulls out kit that's inside his pocket. He seems very ready for this. So you guys work with Julian now too, huh? He was giving you the brief, right? That was his brief face. I've seen his brief face before.
Yeah, we work with him. He's given us all little assignments.
Oh, that's fascinating. Not the assignment, but your blood.
Oh,
Thank
you. I've been called many a thing in my time.
All right, fold your arm, hold that there. Well, welcome to the full, all I can really say.
What about you? What's your deal? How did you end up? How did you end up with him? You don't strike me as the sort who's from round here.
I'm not. No, I was growing down south. Way down south. Made by some other mad scientist. I do mean made, by the way. I'm not natural.
I mean, I was made by people too, just in a different sort of way.
Huh.
This big dog.
I think you just broke my mind. Cool. Anywho's.
Effie does her trademark double finger guns and moonwalks out of there.
Snozboop does a little one of these on seeing the double finger guns to Callus. And says, see her around, I suppose. And follows Teffy with wherever she's going.
See you all
Teffy's
around.
gonna go seek out Jimbo and make sure he's okay.
Oh, Jimbo.
Yeah. Snozboop's gonna follow. Whilst doing that, he's going to write a message, put it in the letter that he received in that same envelope, and hand it to Teffy and say, if you see George, would you mind handing this to him?
Not in the slightest.
Well,
She
thank you,
tucks it into the pages of one of her many notebooks.
That dog is so adorable right now.
That is a good potato.
Yeah.
He's a good boy. He's a good baby dog. He's a good baby dog.
Trudging
Trying
along,
to eat my face.
you find Jimbo the himbo. He is
Jimbo!
sitting in front of a pile of rubble. And he holds this thing. It's a mechanical device, but you're not sure what it is. And he just looks at the rubble and sighs very heavily. Oh, hey.
Jimbo?
I'm sorry,
What you got there?
It's the actuator for my fryer. It broke.
Oh no.
It's okay. Just get another one, I guess. I've already had a few people. Although half my clientele is dead. I don't know what I'm gonna do, actually.
Might I suggest
If you're looking for a change of scenery, there's
Instant
a city called
regret.
Pallius,
Instant
which is
regret.
very friendly and is sort of our home base and is very welcoming towards newcomers. We've already sent several there.
What have I done?
such great advice from my friend Teffy. It is a place full of hope and friendship, very unlike this particular place. But additionally to that, I would suggest you get a sleep on it. Sleep does wonders for the mind. But after you sleep on it, pack whatever you have, go to Pallius. The best choice, I'm sure of it.
Pallius, I like the name. Runs off the tongue better than Zellum.
So true, so true.
Right, I'll have a think on it. Thanks.
It's a small market for now, but given how many people we've been sending there, it's bound to be an expanding enterprise. So the sooner you can get shops set up there, the sooner business is back in booming, Jimbo.
Would Jimbo like a persuasion check?
Jimbo would like a persuasion check, but do so with the player knowing that this is a DC 8.
Well,
this is Jimbo.
That's a cool 26.
Jimbo's convinced. Golly, and I gotta... You guys did this, by the way. Jimbo was your creation, not mine.
You're welcome.
I
Although I
didn't
would
make
Look
it.
at Jimbo.
Thank you.
He must be pretty, strong, kind, and stupid.
He is all of those things.
Can BT be in the area too and hear this?
Yeah, sure.
Good. I want to contribute too.
Okay. How are you contributing?
And Jimbo, when you get to Palos and you get set up, I'm gonna sponsor your start so you can have the churros from Jimbo, sponsored by BT there. I'll fund your startup again.
I'm
I'm back to instant regret. You'll sponsor my. That would be amazing. I mean, I've been just scraping by. I don't have any gold to replace my equipment or anything.
How much would it cost to replace all your equipment?
At 120 gold. I got 78 of it.
Okay. Just remember, sponsored by BT. Here's 300.
You materialize 300 gold in front of him, and his eyes widen. The actuator in his hand just drops to the ground as he goes over to it, having that Gruntian instinct of protect any sense of valuable sense around. As he looks around and realizes there's no one else there. Just the four of you. Thank you. I'll make a new design. I'll redo my logo. I don't think I need to sleep on it. I'll go.
Maybe you could make a paw print shaped churro. That could be kind of funny.
I'm
Mind blown.
Do it.
Like a cat paw. Perhaps filled with some sort of apple filling.
I'll call it the Big Tin Claw. No. The Claw. No. Bear Claw. No. I'll workshop it. That's a good idea.
You workshop it. Have fun.
He gathers up his gold and gets up, mumbling about going to his home, needing to pack. You've successfully recruited Jimbo the Himbo.
Off in the distance, there is like a subtle yeehaw. Just the ghost of Relly expressing her satisfaction with this
Relly's
turn
still
of events.
alive, yo, but in Andrea.
The spirit of Relly, then.
There we go, yeah. Spirit of Relly feels the fact that a good deal just happened, and something joyous just happened in regards to food and taste buds.
After this lovely interaction, Snozboop would like to make his way to the upper levels, if possible.
Ooh, interesting. Not at this time. The guards who were there will give you the information that it's... No, I mean, they'll recognize you. You're going around this place. You're pretty well recognized now. They even know your
I
name
show my
before
little
you
badge
arrive.
that says I can go whenever I want.
Yup, you show them the little badge and terribly sorry, but these have been revoked for the time. If the mayor needs you, he will be calling. And we've been told that when the CEO Luce arrives, we are to find you and bring you up then. Beforehand, though, those in officiation are quite preoccupied, even for a conversation.
I wasn't trying to talk to them, but I totally understand. I will await your call.
Of course, I'm sorry about any misunderstanding.
No problem at all. Just do your job well, I'm sure. And then Snozboop will leave to go help people out of rubble or some such.
There is a lot of that.
I mean, even a few solars in, there's still recovering survivors from the rubble, picking people out. There's also a lot of accounting for the dead. But you will learn through the course of the entire solar that the belief is it was Tahiri's fault. He enacted a terrorist attack against the city, and he was the one who did this. It is also believed that the true Altian returned home and helped the city try to stop it.
Well, there's a bit of heavy cognitive dissonance going on in Altian's head currently.
People are not treating you with the reverence of fear. Whenever you're seen around the town, they stare and they gawk. But it is more out of seeing, dare I say, legend? I'm Batman.
Where are they?
Where are they?
What we're saying is we're getting this scene from like Janesville.
I regretfully am unfamiliar with that.
Oh, Firefly.
Oh, yes! Janesville! Yes! 100%! That is exactly what's going on! Excellent, yeah. Yeah, good reference. Thank you. Wow. Oh, I'm officially sad. I didn't recognize that at first. The next solar comes by. 443566. And you do indeed have guards coming up to wherever you're at during that time, telling you that Luce has arrived. Altian, you first. You get a better forewarning than anyone else, with Whisper showing up in front of you, informing you as soon as they do, giving you the chance to arrive first. Should you desire to.
Well, I do so.
Okay. The guards take you up to the 3rd floor. It's a very large and lavish room. It's well lit with candle fire. There's nothing magical working still. So all those lights, lampposts around, still very inactive. You come up to these doors and the heavy oak door gets opened up with an... Inside there are a couple of bookshelves. It's office desk. It's very Brobdingnagian office desk though. It's huge. Far too lavish for its own good. And shuffling through some papers, this is one you came up with. Would you like to describe her?
Well, let me think of what would be...
Primarily how she looks. The clothes I can fill in.
She would have the, like, even now that she's in a position of, like, power, she looks like a person in a position of power that is, at one point in time, had, like, no power. You know how those types of people hold themselves a certain way, you know.
Defensive to a degree.
Yeah. Dirty blonde hair. Just like an average woman. Like nothing like all like Francis, me, and Luce all look like just people. Like there's no like distinct like race or like you know what I mean. Like it's just like the rabble is what we look like.
Clear signs of a hard life all over her face. Scars, a couple. There are 3 parallel scars coming up from close to the center, just barely peeking their way above her robe, which is a very beautiful looking gold. It's not quite gold, it's like an offset gold. You know that color and that hue that paper, this color, that paper gets when it's aged? That's what it looks like. With a nice green underlay to it. Very floral and vibrant looks and fashions to it. Her back is to the door. But even so, Altian, you can tell as soon as you enter, she knows someone has come into the room. Her posture stiffens to a degree. She doesn't turn around, but her fingers have stopped working the papers in front of her.
I have had enough time, so I fixed it, so...
Hello, Sarah.
I was wondering when it was going to... Oh, yeah.
This is the one-on-one, right? I'm not there, right?
This is one-on-one right now. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was wondering when it was going to be that I would run into you again.
When you left, I hoped that it would be never, that you'd get out. But I don't think either one of us did.
She shifts her posture a bit, still with her back facing you. And now, how do you feel? I know you hated the government and the corporations. Now that I fill one of their seats, Altian, I need to know how you feel.
Given the city's current condition, my previous plan, I don't think it's gonna work.
Her response is
I know the truth.
Spinning around and very quickly getting up to you and giving you a hug. Then I don't feel threatened to do this.
But I do need you to know something. If I didn't know, and it had played out, even with you in the room, it was going to happen. Now things are changed. You, me, and Francis are going to take this back. And I'm not going to leave anytime soon.
She pulls back a bit, and there are strong signs of control all over her face. We are not going to stop at this city. We're going to take this country back. And you have provided the realms for us to do that. You know that Zalem is the manufacturing hub of Grantina. Everything made for this nation is made here. You've destroyed it. You've left it inert. Nothing is getting produced for Grantina anymore. For the first time in all that we have known,
They are reliant on others to stay functional. I had already started the process of breaking Altar from the corporations. We started manufacturing the things ourselves. Stopped buying the papers from the other companies, stopped buying the goods from other companies. Just help us put together a position to actually succeed. And now you have started the process. Ultian, I don't know if you realize how much good you have done here. It may have been at such a cost. But we actually have a chance. So you may think that Zellum is the best we can shoot for. But with your work, his work, my work, we can change the entirety of Grantina. She grabs both your hands. I need to know that you will help me do this.
Insight from a paw from somewhere else. Insight. This gal's lying, using her wiles.
Ultian?
Well, luckily for Snozboop, I am also this paranoid, so...
You are. That's very true. So, no fear of meta there. I did not hear
That's
that.
25.
Yeah,
Sorry.
25.
25.
25. I rolled a 3 for her. On the dice. Altogether, it's 18. Rogue Mastermind. She's telling the truth. But the thing your beating would get you is a very clear indicator that there's a tone about her that reflects much of your own. She didn't flinch when you mentioned blowing up an entire room or making things go down for the entire country. With the 25, you know she would have been okay with that, even if she was in the room. The losses of the civilians. I don't know if this matters too much for you, Altian. But she's not sweating about that.
Okay, well, this is not out loud. But that concerns me only in the sense that there's not going to be any sort of baseline between me and there's not going to be, with Snozboop around, at least there's the baseline, right? There's the constant,
And you saw the lack
That's
of
the only thing
baseline
that
for
concerns
Francis as well. I mean, Altian, you can very clearly see that Zellum produces a particular kind of person. It doesn't matter how they go about it.
I know particularly about that.
This is about the time that everyone else is arriving as well.
Well, then I am going to keep my mouth shut and do calculations in my head as the rest of the party has their conversation.
The rest of you enter in and we'll see this dirty blonde-haired woman holding both the hands of Altian and looking at him very sincerely. Her eyes shift over. I presume this is the rest of your group.
Snazbooping Snoogan. Pleasure to meet you at last.
Luce. Though the officials call me Lucille. There's a matter of not giving actual names with what we do.
Well, Luce, how can we help?
You can help by doing whatever it is he tells you to do. It's Julian I need, not Julian. It's Ultian I need the help from most. But anything you do will also be helping a greater cause. It's more of how can I help? I was informed that there was some information you didn't hear or get. But I might be able to fill that in.
Please do.
I don't know what to fill in.
Oh.
Do you have any questions?
Questions.
I know getting thrown into this can be very disorientating, especially with how he does things.
There's one question would be, I mean, we were sent here to find the Ultian impersonator, as well as we were trying to get the Alehuds an invite to the end of cycle party, and I don't know if we're supposed to still be doing that.
Yes. It's difficult, but getting the Alehuds an invite to the party also gets the Queen an invite. And if I can get the Queen here, I might be able to actually get her support in a few things, and that is a powerful ally.
Well, perfect then. We'll just check that off the list.
There is a complication to that. And the Alehuds are very devious people. Getting them an invite will also mean that they are here as well. Which, in turn, means whatever they are planning will still follow through. They'll have the chance to enact what they're planning to, and we don't know what that is still. So as much as we do want that invite, we are still careful about it. You could, I don't know, alternatively invite your admiral friend. I mean, the Andreans, from what I understand, they're a powerful ally as well. It would be against his desires, though. And he is the person who's putting all of this together, so...
I believe the contract was for the Alehuds, and not somebody else.
Unfortunate. Contracts are obeyed to a degree. I'm sure you might be able to find a loophole, should you desire.
I believe Julian wrote it up, so I'd have to go by him.
Never mind then, actually. He's the best at writing contracts I know. This event, though, won't be happening until the end of the year. Everything is being put back. Year, cycle. Listen to me use Julian talk. Did you know they call it year in the south and to the west?
That seems a much easier word to say.
Easy to understand than cycle. Makes me think either day, month, or solar, lunar, whatever. No, it doesn't make me think year, according to the Andreans.
Nanosecond, millisecond, byte.
Well, so that's seemingly taken care of between you and Ultian, sounds like.
We'll be coordinating that.
Also, additionally, it sounds like everyone that isn't Ultian will be leaving the city soon, so transportation of some kind would be helpful, I suppose.
Yes,
For all of that, what's going to come is going to be a power play. Zone was the hub of all resources for Gritty. Considering they were about to go to war, that means every other city here will be making plays for our power. What power there is, or what power there may be in the future. Everyone you know, anyone you know with power from the nations you come from is going to be important. Because we're going to make a stand here in the city. The future of the Grantina Senate. If we get backing from other nations, that will help. But we're going to reverse the tides of war. Stop the production of war machines in any other cities. Except for the ones that I build for protection.
I'm a very old man, Ultian, but I believe I've heard that line before. It did not work out. That being said, your city, I will not try to dissuade you.
It did work out. Whatever Tahiri was did not get my engine, not get the old tech. But I have it. Right here. It's enough to power cities. Power this world.
That's not what I meant. I meant the idea that one would only use a powerful weapon for protection and defense. It seems as though eventually it won't be.
Well, that's for the future.
Kick it down the road, as it were.
What do you have me do, Snozboot?
I said I wasn't going to try to dissuade you. I was just pointing out a logical fallacy in what you were saying.
Logical fallacies haven't stopped me before. Either way, when you all go back home, we'll need your help again. Whether or not I leave this city, or join the hand again after. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, but in the meantime, we save as many people as possible with the time we have left. And that means getting everyone from the upper two levels to help, as much as they will protest. And that's where Altair comes in. The new vacuums in the city, it needs to take its place. You in charge. I trust it. Don't make me regret it.
I have an altar backing me.
Question.
Yes.
Where did you get the name from? Altair.
Altar? Just kind of came out of my head.
Not you.
Oh.
Then it's just pure coincidence that Altair is the same as Altair, the guy who created me?
Altar Industries. That's the name of the company.
Yeah. And it's just coincidence it's the same name as the guy who created me?
great question.
That's why I'm asking in character, in
Oh,
game.
in character,
Where did you
in
get
game.
the
Okay,
name?
yeah. It's like-
Altair.
From its founder, many years ago when it was first created. It stayed in the
Who
Altar
was-
name for a while, till one of its CEOs was assassinated.
Describe the founder.
An orcish fellow. From my understanding from Julian, he was a fanatic, or understood to be a fanatic. His ways were not appreciated in the time.
And do you know where the Oasis is?
The Oasis. She perks up to a certain degree. No. The Oasis has been acknowledged as a myth. Something people claim to have seen in the desert, but never actually found. I would be curious to find out.
I'll let you know if I find it.
I look forward to hearing about that. Our mutual funder has a strong curiosity. He may go by the name Nathriel, but his real last name is Altar. From what I understand, he's the last living descendant of that bloodline. I don't know what else there is to be said other than if you have questions, speak them vocally instead of in chat, because I'm not looking at chat for questions.
I don't have any questions. At this point.
Tangerine has a question unrelated to the matter at hand.
Okay, what's your question?
My question, which has been suppressed by another party member, when exactly did Callus split off from Marcus, or Marcus's gang, and join up with Julian's secret spy army?
That you don't know. It's a very good
I
question.
know that Teffy wouldn't know, nor would Relly, but Tangerine would like to know.
Tangerine would like to know. About 5 years after the events of Andrea.
Interesting. Cool. So, what happened to that weird, twisted, messed up mansion? That was like
That
alive, but
is
in a
something
house.
I will answer at a later date.
Duly noted. Gracias.
Well, seems like a good opportunity where you guys can, hug it out, what have you. And I'll just be about the helping of the people's business until we leave.
I
Over the
understand that your guildmaster is putting together a bit of a memorial for your fallen companion. If the hand would be all right, I would like to join. As much as I would like to be there as support for you all in your emotional state, this is purely political. I would like to be seen in the memorial of your fallen companion, so that news and word of Altar's support to the Hand is known.
Sounds good to me.
Has to be done.
Your companion has been dead for a while now. We should not dally. Shall we find him now and head on our way? By the way, what? She leans a little close to you, Altian, and tries to whisper. Let's see how well she does. Yeah. But whispers, your guild master, what name does he go by?
Julian.
That is one of the many.
Last name Tyrrell?
I know the last name. The first name is difficult. Let's find Julian, shall we?
Gonna nod my head.
I need to make one slight detour. I'll catch back up.
Of course. What's your detour?
I'm gonna go to wherever the merchants are at this level.
Okay. You will have to go one level down. At top level, it's all official housing and buildings.
Okay.
Bunch of mansions. No storefronts. But one level down, you can definitely find a merchant.
Perfect.
Someone who's still selling stuff. The dredges may be in chaos, but the second floor is still functioning.
That was what I assumed.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to go there. I'm going to find a sort of a general store seller person.
Okay. Nothing magical. Everything magical of theirs is broken, according to them.
Great.
Would you like?
I'm going to approach this person and say, "Great news, individual. I have come into a large supply of necessary goods that, for the right price, could be yours."
All right, this person who's let's make them a half elf. He looks at you. Great number of goods. It really depends on the kind of goods you're offering here, but I might be able to use them. How
I
much?
show him the 400 gold worth of fine trade goods I stole from the pirates.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. These are excellent quality of arts. Considering the times, I can give you 250 for all this.
Now, considering the times, I think 1,000 might be better.
Oh boy.
Good lord.
That's a heck of an upheave. 1,000.
Zillum no longer creates. This is an opportunity for, great increase in funds if you have the goods.
The serpent climbing down from the branch to tell Eve to eat the apple over here. This absolute snake of a man. I love it so much.
Friendship, and then randomly comes in with these extremely devious things. Oh boy.
Not that devious. I didn't do it down below.
That's fair. He scratches his chin, starts to think a little bit. Give me a persuasion check.
I don't suppose you would allow some advantage?
Purely because I wasn't expecting it, yeah. I'll give you inspiration.
Oh, inspiration.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's better. 21?
21.
suppose I could probably get about 500 for just this one. You know... Alright, fine. I'll take the chance. He buys off your fine trade goods for 1,000 gold.
Sweet. I offload it to him. And then,
Makes the exchange.
I hope that really works out for you. Have an excellent day.
You bring up a good point. As you're leaving, he's just talking out loud.
And I would go find the group again.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that was a good point, yeah. Zelm is no longer manufacturing. So, good chance. Good chance of selling that at a huge up cost. You find the rest of the group. The group travels north. You eventually come across Silence, who's hovering around the package that is Zara's body. Whisper is there as well, very close to Silence. Of all the time you've ever seen Silence, this is the closest he's ever let anyone get to him. But Julian is there as well. Are you all ready? I will be providing Luce with a way of getting back, Altian, for yourself. And for the rest of you, you can depart from Pallius whenever you need. Your resources will always be at your back. I will always come to your call. That is how our organization works. Splitting off into a bit of a narrative. Your group all gets transported back to Pallius.
Was that via spell?
That was via spell. It's a high level spell.
Hey, what's the spell level?
Better be level 9.
Hang on, it's not level 9. No, not quite.
I'll see if I even have a chance.
I'm pretty sure it's a 6.
Level 6?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a level 6 spell. No, it's a level 7. It's a level 7 spell.
Level 7 spell, so that's a 22. I need a 22. So at a +3, that means a 19 or a 20. I need 2 19s or 20s in a row. And you'll die if I get it.
Yes, I'll be very upset. But, hey, it's in the mechanics, so...
First roll. Nope,
oh,
10.
that's a 10. Okay, we're good. You guys don't get the teleport spell yet.
The other number, though, on that, right next to it was a 19.
Yeah,
I need
it was.
everyone to understand that. On his
Very
dice.
close. Very close. This ceremony is taking place in the exact same spot that you all did Gwen's. Part of it is also his forming of an addition to the statue of Gwen, but also Zara, standing next to, in a sense of companionship, and a look as though they are moving forward into the future. A few solos go by, as you all separate for the time, to go about your own individual dealings, knowing that you have started a process, walked into something that someone else has been fighting for some time, and has now asked you to get involved. Start fighting it with them. It is at that point we are going to leave the hand for now. We'll come back to them
after some time has been spent doing their own individual things and learning what they can. Because they all know at this point, something is happening in Nathriel. And someone needs to stop it.
With friendship.
With friendship. When we come back to the hand,
BT.
brought to you by BT. Jimbo the Himbo, Churros by BT.
I'm going to trademark friendship by BT.
Nope. Trademark, if anything, would be by Schnozzboop. Okay. As stated, our announcements are at the end of today's session, not at the beginning. That is where we're going to be leaving the hand for the year. That's right, everyone. December, we will not be having any streams for the hand.
Boo.
Next week, we are going to be doing a little bit of a talk show. We're going to be doing a Q&A. We're talking about the campaign so far, what you've learnt, what you've come across, your everything, the whole joys of it. For those of us who'll be here. After today, Tangerine is going to be taking a hiatus. We'll be taking that.
Also boo.
Also boo, yeah, sad. We are sad to see, but hey, hiatuses, they're a thing that happen. Peter took one for their marriage,
They happen
and, getting
occasionally.
used to it occasionally. But Tangerine will be stepping away for a couple of months. I'll be coming back in February. In that time frame, we'll have a lovely guest joining us. Next week is that talk show, as I've said. For December, though, the other 2 weeks that we do Sunday streams, we're going to be doing a mini-series. We're going to be covering the history of the War of Unification in Quayla. These guys, these wonderful lot, these people, are going to hop in and fill the roles of key personnel who took part of that portion of Nathriel history. And I'm not gonna lie, most of them are gonna die. So heads up for that. Because that part of the history is set in stone. We've already talked about it. We've already done it. Now we just gotta figure out how it happens. But that's December. We're gonna be coming back to Iridai campaign number 2. It's not January 7th. January 7th, we need to be doing another one shot and another little something else. Because this guy, this one, Stitch. I suppose I should be doing that. Nope, that. There we go. Stitch is going to be away. So, we're not going to hop back into the campaign at that point. We're going to do another little one shot. But we'll be back on the 14th. Because that's 7 plus 7 is 14. Yep, back on the 14th. For whatever time frame has happened in between. The occasion when the hand comes back together. For now, though. Hey, thanks, everyone.
Bye, guys. Stick around for the raid.
Bye.
Holidays,
being
all
here.
that good stuff.
Thank you.
Love you very much.
Bye.
Yes.
Hope you had a hoot.
We're gonna miss you for 2 months, Tange.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. This
We
is
are gonna miss
something that is necessary. Otherwise, well, I'm not going to get into the details, but it's necessary.
We will miss you, but at the same time, support and love.
I'll miss you too, but I'll probably still be watching.
Yeah.
I just need the ability to do other things.
Mm-hmm. Like Ethan said, stick around for the raid. We'll see you in a moment. By a moment, I mean we'll see you on Thursday for the other announcements that I completely forgot about. Thursday is our next stream. There still is the potential of a surprise stream happening during the week due to the fact that I have not had the time to figure out my capture card yet. So I may have to do a test stream to figure that out. It might happen. I've been busy on other things. Setting up the sound stuff was one of them. I don't know what that crash was. I blame IQ. Genuinely, actually, my keyboard has not recovered from it, so that was weird. Other stuff, shirts. Go get our shirts. Especially this one. Zora, who is now deceased. The dead member of the group.
Collector's item now.
Collector's item, indeed.
Yeah, limited edition.
Go get those before I take them off the store, because that will be happening eventually. I will be removing it, because they are no longer a member of the hand. They are dead. It is now becoming limited edition.
A member of the ground.
Cremated, much
No,
like Gwyn
Zora.
was. Alright, I think that's really it. That's all the announcement I've got for today, other than come by on Thursday for Mystery Bloodheim. And we will, we'll see you on Thursday. Other little edits?
Bye.
There might be one on Tuesday. Go to our VODs! Bye! Love you all!
Stick around for the raid.
May have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Tired and blurry you may be. We hope your minds are full from this revelry. Peace follow you out. May you return for more giggles and shouts.